There you go. We got audio, we got video, we got beer, and we got some boards. How's everybody doing? Yo, barely anyone here, but well, what are you gonna do? This is a very boring job, so who would want to watch that? Huh? Let's get some chat over here. MALS. I don't know how to read that. Morning, guys. Hope everyone doing well. Well, hope you're doing well too. It's morning your time? Where are you located? Alright, let's get the first victim. So I got 3 boards today, because we gotta pick up the speed. Let's start with the ones that do have outlines. Get them off the queue first. Now this one has a really interesting outline. It's like super precise all around the socket. Like every little detail of the socket is outlined, so it's pretty cool. Oh, you're in Sydney, right? That's why. Oh, this one has nice. Let's see, can we grab it here? Okay. All right, we have plenty of cups around it, so we'll see if we are gonna have to replace some of them when they explode. Could be, but we don't care. I mean, we do care. If the cups explode, we're gonna replace them, but we don't care if they explode. Oh, look at that, my thermocouple went through the hole. That happened to me once, and I started preheating with a thermocouple in the hole, and the board got overheated. Luckily, I noticed that relatively early, and I corrected it. But be careful with that, because if the thermocouple is in the hole, right, it's not actually reading the temperature. So the bottom heater is gonna be heating until it's red hot, and you're gonna have a bad day, and the customer is not gonna be happy, not one bit. Okay, let's make a good contact here. Better than this. Come on. Yeah, there's a lot of crap at the bottom of the socket too, but this should be good. Yeah, we don't need to go lower than 3 centimeters. It's fine. All right, looks aligned. Now, so far so good. Awesome. Yeah, so far so good over here as well. Let's get the rework. And let's get the camera over here so I can see you guys, so you guys can see me. Yeah, we're gonna be adjusting that. For now, it's not relevant. The camera, the side camera, is not quite relevant. Why is the light not on? It should do it. Come on, camera. Yeah, those goosenecks, they kind of advertise it to you as a, you know, awesome thing, the gooseneck, because you can put it in any position. But that's not true. It has a little flexiness to it. So it's actually, sometimes I find it a lot harder to use goosenecks than the actual adjustable arms. But, you know, we have what we have. No need to complain. Let's see, are we connected? We are connected. Let's start preheating. Actually, let's start long preheating. Let's give it 45 minutes. Let's connect to the community. Let's find universal socket replacement by RAF. Let's load that one. Let's see. 185, 190, 205, 160. There you go. All right, let's see. The temperature is 204 over here. Let's reduce it to 185, and we're gonna start at 185. We're not even gonna be measuring like we usually do. Measure the thickness of the board and calculate the temperature spread and all that. We're not doing any of that. We gotta do it quickly and painfully. Because we have too many boards, not enough time. And there's like crap load of ECMs also waiting and all that, so let's see, we need some AM5s. What is this? This is not AM5. This looks too big. Yeah, this is definitely not AM5. I don't even need to open it. Let's... oh, here we go. AM5. So let's grab this. Let's see if it's Foxconn. I just had a customer today. He made an order for a socket replacement, but he wants an Foxconn socket. So, you know, some people request things, and you have to fulfill. You have to deliver what they request. So if he wants Foxconn, I ordered some Foxconns. They're like roughly twice as expensive, and they require higher temperature. So I'm not sure if that's a good decision to be replacing socket with a Foxconn, because it just requires higher temperature, so there's more potential of damage to the board because we have to heat it up higher. Let's see. Good evening, folks. Hope you're all doing well. Joey, how you doing, man? Wayne, your board looks like might get in the way. Leaning over boards? Hang on. Your board looks like might get in the way. Leaning over boards. I don't know. Do I not English well, or I thought I could English, but I guess I can't. Scary how much heat ATX boards take to remove the socket. Yes, sir. Did my first one last week. Micro ATX gigabyte. Those micro ATX are actually a lot easier because you can heat them uniformly. So you know the challenge of actually heating it up to remove the socket is still, you know, the same challenge, but the board itself is not flexing like the big boards. So small boards have much higher success rate than the big boards. Micro gigabyte board, and I was heating it for a good half an hour before the socket came off. It's a bit long. Half an hour? It's a bit long. You mean actually heating it, or you were preheating for half an hour? Because preheating for half an hour is normal, but it shouldn't take more after preheating. Once the bottom reaches the temperature, the profile, It shouldn't take more than like 2-3 minutes tops. So maybe unless you use hot air. With hot air it takes a little longer. Only hot air. Oh, okay. I didn't read the next message. Only hot air. I was going to use my heat mat, but decided not to and screwed the board to a block of wood instead, so it doesn't warp. A block of wood? What? You gotta go into details, man. A block of wood to prevent warping? No, I don't believe that. No, something is lost in translation. A block of wood to prevent warping? It's 205 degrees that we use, at least. Maybe you used 195, maybe 190, depending on the board. But the wood is gonna start warping at those temperatures, especially when it has any moisture in it. And of course, wood is gonna attract moisture, just pull the moisture of the air from the air. No, don't do that, man. And as far as board flexing, don't prevent the board from flexing. What are you trying to do? Prevent physics from working? If the metal heats up, it expands. You gotta allow it to expand. The trick is to actually allow it to expand. If you prevent it from expanding, it's still gonna expand, you know, and you're gonna have more problems if you try to prevent it from expanding. You know, it's kind of like boiling the water in a pot, right? It expands when you heat it up, and just preventing it from expanding by closing the pot and creating the, you know, pressure inside. You know, it can explode. You know, so no, you're not, there's no going around the laws of thermodynamics. When you heat up the metal, it expands. There's no way around it. It will expand, the board will flex. There's nothing you can do with that. The way of preventing damage due to expanding is to heat up the entire board, right? If you have like 4 Elstein heaters underneath, that will reduce expanding, sure, because the entire board heats up uniformly, so that's better. But it will still expand, it'll still bend, it'll still, you know, flex. So no, don't try preventing laws of thermodynamics to do their job. Busy, it's a feast or a famine. Joey, come on, chop. Are the boards done yet? Uber Micro Repairs, how you doing, man? Good to have you. Well, it's preheating. We're getting there. Beard, facial hair. Yeah, I guess you don't want too much facial hair when you do this, because you know what happens. But you know, after a while, you just get used to having your own beard in your food, or food on your beard, and vice versa. Let's see. I was only using hot air as I don't have a preheater. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work, man. I mean, if you did manage to remove the socket with just heating from the top without the preheater, the board's not going to work. I can almost guarantee that. And if you do manage to actually do it with just top heater, especially hot air, kudos to you, man. I tried that many times and it wouldn't work. Until I got preheater, the bottom heater, it just wouldn't work. I mean, it would work. I would pull the socket off, right? But along with plenty of pods of the board. So yeah, you can remove the socket, but you cannot replace the socket if you just use hot air. And wood is fantastic insulator, great for heating bowls on the BGA IC using IR. What kind of wood? What kind of wood is not burning at the temperature 205 degrees? It's like some kind of oak or... I don't know. I can't imagine any wood that would withstand that temperature and not deform at that temperature. Plus, my main concern is that the wood is going to have some moisture inside. That moisture is going to start leaving, and that's going to do more bending to the wood than it would to the board. Yeah, use the screw holes to screw it to practice board shelf. Okay. Black Horse Repairs, we can see your chat on the left. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. That's why I put it. That's why I made it bigger. Because before I would let Rework Pro be the whole bottom of the screen, and the chat would be small. So I think this is better. Let me know what you think. Hit the like, raid. Dave Unbranded, how you doing, man? Always nice to have you. Like having a dog that sheds. Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's that. Don't let him in the shop, because I've had some complaints. Well, actually just one, that there was a hair in the socket, and I assume it was one of these, but the customer was really upset about that. He got full refund and left some nasty comments, but he got full refund, and yeah, I remember his nickname. He'll be back. How you get over the board warping with ATX boards? Super slow ramp rate or baking? I mean, baking is mainly for, you know, preventing the board from popcorning. How do I prevent flexing? I don't. I just, yeah, sometimes I do slower preheating, and that kind of helps. And sometimes I just don't care, like in this case. I just preheat, remove the socket, and next one, and you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's kind of, you know, we can still RMA these, you know, as long as it looks good. You know, there's no signs of flux, no signs of resoldering, the socket is perfectly aligned, it's all good. So no, I don't have a way of preventing the board from warping, but you know, it warps when it's hot, but then as it cools down, it returns to its original shape. So there's no warping after the procedure, right? It only warps during the procedure. And the baking, again, if you want to prevent popcorning, then yeah, definitely bake it. But you can also use a preheater, put it on like 80 degrees for an hour, and it should be fine, even if it's really humid where you are. Yeah, come off eventually. Let the board cool down too much and ended up ripping a few pods while wicking. While wicking, you gotta try my flux, man. It works really well to prevent you from ripping the pods, because it has a little bit of lubricating properties. Would you believe it? LOL. Good one, Joey. He doesn't want to use something else for chat. What do you mean something else? Oh, right, you mean like those plugins and those tools and stuff? Oh, I'll figure it out. Wayne, well over 200 successful socket changes, no damage warping, great benefits with the more expensive machine. Yeah, no Foxconn sockets, too expensive and way harder to flow. Loads only. Yeah, I agree, but if that's what the customer wants, that's what the customer will get. Laminate practice board. All right. Mahogany, oak, even pine or plywood. Sounds crazy with the ACHI 6500 used top heater only. I don't know, man. I'm gonna, you know, I know you know what you're talking about, but I have never tested it. Wood is good. I think Uber Micro Repairs uses IR, right? Can you just use a see-through chat window like Booter or others? Yeah, so for that, because I can't, yeah, this can be overridden. So yeah, I don't know. I'll look into that. I know I can get it done. I know I can fix it, but I just figured it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Or at least that's what I thought. But yeah, I'll look into that. I'll look into that, Dave. I promise I will improve for you. Been looking for a preheater, but these all so tall it's impossible to fit under the microscope. Yes, that is why I don't really use my preheater other than to make my flux and stuff. They are indeed tall. Although mine is not super tall, but still, I don't like it. But I do use it sometimes when I have to do like NCU swap on the ECM. It's a lot easier when you put it on the preheater. Maybe I'll get another one of these because they're super cheap. They're like 80 bucks, or used to be before tariffs. You know, I ordered some capacitors and stuff from Mauser, and I got hit with the tariff. Yeah, they come from China, but I pay the tariff. All those people that say that the Chinese government is paying the tariff, they should start buying stuff just to see. Because if they just don't buy any stuff, then of course they don't know. And of course it's easy to convince them that it's the China that pays the tariff. Just buy it. Just buy anything, and you'll see. That's not something that we should be arguing about. Who pays the tariff? Buy something and see. Are you gonna pay the tariff? Is the company that you're buying from gonna pay the tariff? Is the China gonna pay the tariff? Let's see. I've been looking mostly IR, but have professional hot air machine as well. Nice. I find the loads are easier to flow. They are because they come with leaded solder. I've done several good Foxcons. Yeah, Foxcons can be done. I've done many Foxcons before. It's just, it takes a little longer. It's, this one's Foxconn, the one that we're removing, right? So you have to, to reflow it, you have to heat it up. Sure. It's not, the difference is not that huge. The loads will drop at 185. The Foxconn will drop at 200, maybe 205 after a little while, but they'll all drop. It's not a huge difference. Uber Micro has your software. Oh, do you like it? I hope you do. I might be, we'll see, because I have a few ideas for new features. I just didn't get to it just quite yet, but I will be releasing a new version sometime in the next couple months, maybe. Uber, you have IRSC Pro. It's challenging. The IRSC Pro. The only difference is the bottom heater, essentially. The rest is pretty much the same. That's why it's. I don't know why it's so much more expensive. Maybe the relays. I don't know, but it's almost $1,000 for SC Pro. And it's $400 for 6500. The only difference is, well, obviously relays, but the bottom heater is different. So I'm not sure why that one is so overpriced. Personally, I use wood for my log fire. It works well. Oh, okay. I bet it does. I was streaming for the first time in a month. Oh, Dave, you were streaming? You didn't send me a link or anything? Should have sent me a link. I would have dropped by. $204 at the bottom. We got 184 right now at the bottom, 130 at the top. looking good. I wish China paid the tariff. Yeah, ever since Trump came in, AliExpress prices have gone up. Yes, I noticed that as well. And now instead of shipping being 9 or do say free shipping, it's now 20 plus and 3 weeks. Yes, sir. Yeah, a lot of stuff has kind of changed since the new administration took over, unfortunately. And it's not getting any better at the moment. So let's hope for the midterms to actually make some difference for us, not for anyone else. Let's see. Change to live chat. Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Change to live chat. Live chat. There you go. Sorry about that. See, I forgot. I was a little bit hectic when I was starting the stream. So, yeah. As soon as it impacts Trump, Timu crap, people will notice. Has a politician ever made a difference before? Right. It's not the politicians that make the difference. It's the people that are pissed off and put pressure on the politicians, and they make the difference. So yes, that's a good point. We have to make the difference. Politicians won't make a difference by themselves. That's true. But yeah, it's been a little hectic. Last stream that we were supposed to do less than 4 hours, right? I said maybe 2 hours tops because I have an interview the next day. And I went through, I made sure I didn't get an email in the evening, right? And I think I went to bed at, I don't know, what time did we stop streaming? At around 10, I guess. So I went to bed probably before midnight. There was no email from the company, so I figured, okay, so the interview is not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the day after tomorrow, which is fine. So I went to bed. In the morning, my son goes to school. My wife, took him to the bus stop. They walked the dog. Then the dog came back to the bed. So we cuddled a little bit. He's a very cuddly dog. So I was just laying in bed. I wasn't really sleeping anymore, but I was kind of laying in bed, just petting the dog and just kind of getting ready to start the day. And the phone calls, like 10 minutes before 10, right? And I read the number, I don't recognize the number, and then it stopped ringing. And so then I walk to the computer and I see the invitation, right? My interview is in 5 minutes. I just woke up. Well, maybe not just woke up, but I just got out of bed. No coffee, no anything. I just, I put some shirt on, put some pants on, and turned on the camera. It was super hectic, but I made it on time. But it was very challenging because I literally just got pulled off the bed to the interview. No prep time, no nothing. So I don't know how I did, but probably not the best. So that was a really hectic interview. Although I had a great time. It was a very great panel of very professional, very competent people. Even if I don't get that job, it still was a great experience. So that's a little story for you guys. All right, let's stop preheating. Start the profile. We've been preheating 18 minutes. Should be enough. And I forgot to go to the box to pick up my wick. So let's use this wick because I ordered 3mm wicks, but they're in the box, in the mailbox. But I can't pick it up right now because my wife's not here and she's got the only key to the box. Though to be fair, our administration not not any better. And I thought Howard was going to be as bad as it gets. MA, are you in Germany? No, you're in Australia, right? I forgot already. Sorry about that. Now that you give them a different income, I think it's going to be hard to remove. Tariffs here to stay. Just gotta live with it. Well, we'll see. Because what bothers me the most is when the politicians say that, yeah, we took so much money from the tariffs, so we have so much money. But that's so disingenuous, because you didn't take money from the tariffs, you took money from the American people. That's who you took the money from. So it's I really don't like that when they kind of present it as a flex, because we got so much money from the tariffs. Yeah, from us. You just imposed a really expensive tax on American people, and now you're bragging that you have a lot of money. That's like, you know, adding insult to injury. Can super glue work to fix a PlayStation 5 HDMI port brackets? Richard, why don't you just replace the port? You know, even if you do get the super glue to work, it's gonna be just very temporary fix. You know, few more insertions and removals of the cable, and you're back where you started, and maybe even, you know, maybe even more damage. So yeah, just replace the port. It's not that hard. We've done it on stream a few times. I mean, it can be challenging, right? But you know, just try it a few times and it should work. You know, everything is hard to do when you try it the first time. Okay, it's almost ready. I could pull it, but I'm afraid of ground pads, because for some reason I always pull it from the bottom right, which is the easiest one to take off. But then if you pull too quickly, you can take off few ground pads off the board. Yeah, so we're in Australia. Yeah. Sorry, I'm forgetful. Richard Martinez. No, big no. Oh, okay. Alright, so that answers your question. But again, you know, just replace the port. It's not a big deal. Like us, Australians, 27.9 billion surplus in favor of USA didn't stop USA tariffs on Australia. Yeah, because they didn't actually use any MAF. It doesn't seem like they used any MAF. They started tariffing places that are not even populated. There's no humans in those areas, and they got tariffed on, I don't know, rain or snow or some, or the penguins are pissed off now, maybe. Has PS5 HDMI? Oh right, yeah. We've done it on the stream. I think I have like 1 or 2 HDMI port replacement videos, but it's better if you just watch the stream. It's I also get a lot of feedback from you guys when I do these, and you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So you might find my method a little taking a bit too long, or less reliable perhaps, or more time consuming, obviously. You know, people do hot swaps, you know, and plenty other techniques of replacing HDMI port on PS5. It's the YouTube is a gold mine of knowledge when it comes to HDMI port replacements on PS5s, because it's always going to break. You know, even if it doesn't look bad, it's always gonna break eventually, because you keep plugging it in and out. And temp check 205, but for some reason the socket doesn't want to leave. I'm not sure why. Yeah, the ground doesn't want to let go. Yeah, I don't want to force it, so let's give it a couple more minutes maybe. The bottom right is ready to lift, but the ground is holding. It's holding very strong. The customer always pays for the charges. Yes, the government doesn't have money. It's the people's money. Correct. Yeah, that's how it works. Temp check. That's Trump for you. Yeah. Wonder how his bleach experiment going. Well, it's still alive, right? I guess the bleach did help. I don't know if he did the intravenous bleaching or not, but it's still alive. Okay, something's not right here. Okay, so when this happens, I do this. Delete those. Let's do 208, 160. It's fine, and press start. And we go directly to 208. And let's see, I have never seen this. Well, it's 204 at the bottom. Maybe I could increase the temperature at the bottom, I guess, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's wrong here. It shouldn't be this hard. It should have left already, but I don't want to pull the pods, because then, you know, it's just waste of time. Do Americans pay tariffs on check out on AliExpress or when it arrives to USA? It kind of depends on where you purchase it from, but yes, AliExpress takes the tariff off, right? So you pay the tariff to AliExpress, and AliExpress pays the tariff to the government. When you order from Canada, anything, you pay for the good, you receive it, and then you get a check in the mail. You know, and you have to pay afterwards. With Mauser, you get two separate charges, right? You pay for the, you know, stuff you ordered, and then afterwards you get a little bill, and your card is charged again, right? So you do two charges, first for the merchandise, and the second for the tariff. So it kind of depends who you're buying it from. Look at that, it's not gonna leave. And I'm wondering, is there any damage? That's why this is behaving this way? I've never... There. Okay. Finally, it let loose. I've never had this problem. Oh, right, because this is that whiteboard. Those whiteboards, for some reason... Yeah, it doesn't look like I pulled any pods. It looks okay. But those whiteboards, they do have something going on with them. And also wicking is a little harder, but the socket alignment is a dream on these, because the pods are slightly lower than the board. So when you put the socket, even without the outline, it just drops in the right position by itself before you even heat it up. So, you know. I forgot to switch the tip. Usually I switch the tip before I even start heating. or after I start preheating, I already have the tip on. Yeah, we are slightly overheated. Yeah, the top heater overheated, but normally I don't use it this long. All right, but we gotta wait for the top heater to cool down before I can start wicking, because I have to move the top head away, and if I move it away over the cups are gonna start popping. So we don't want that, because it's just added time. We have to start with the stupid comments like the bleach comments. Now this is why I ducking hate people in general who can't make a cohesive argument about anything. Well, it was a comment made by the commander-in-chief. You can't blame the people for repeating it. You know. It was a comment made. Yeah. All right, let's see. Might want to go up to 235. You just need to get the socket off without pulling pots. If the socket melts, that's okay. True, yeah. Because if the original socket melts, I don't care. But in this case, I think the board just had a little more thermal mass than they usually do, and that was the issue. I prefer not to go above 205, but I used to do it at much higher temperatures, and I forgot to put leaded solder on it. I used to go all the way to 235, but timing is everything when you go that high. Because if you hold it for literally even few seconds too long, you start either, melting the socket. Obviously we don't care, but you can damage the board. So I prefer to just do 205 and just increase the time. And that's usually what gives me the best results. Or at least I don't feel pressured to, do it, to keep the timing really accurate, because if you use higher temperature, your timing needs to be really accurate, otherwise you can do a lot of damage. But at least the solder is listening to me today, so at least there's that. Well, it did listen to me, but now it's having different ideas, or maybe not. And there you go, nice and steady. So cold that in. I turned off the preheater. I'm gonna have to turn it on in a second, because it's gonna cool down very quickly. But look how well it's listening to me. Typically it doesn't do that, but this one's listening to me very well. I love it. Sometimes stuff works, sometimes stuff doesn't work. And I guess that's something that we should always be prepared for. Alright. So we have to let it solder applied. Come on. And the solder blob. Over here it's nice and shiny. Nice. Usually it's not that shiny. It's actually, yeah, that's the shiniest blob I've done in a long time. It usually is not shiny at all. Quite opposite of shiny. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure there's a word for it. Ah, forgot the preheater, and I just pulled the this might be a bust because I just pulled the wick because I forgot the preheater, right? And I just pulled the wick and I felt resistance, so I may have pulled the pad. So this might be a bust. But we'll see. So yeah, with wicking, if you pull the pods with wicking, you're just not using, either the temperature is too low, you're using it at too low temperature, or just improve the flux. Now this flux gives you a little bit of lubrication, so it's a lot easier for wicking, right? It might give you problems micro soldering because it gunks up your soldering iron, right? It leaves residue and stuff as the glycerin is burning off. But I am working on a compound that will address that issue, but there's going to be a trade-off. So it's not like my micro soldering flux is going to be good for wicking. It's not going to be best for wicking. It's going to be best for micro soldering, but for wicking I still recommend this one because the activating temperature is going to be much higher. That's why it's not going to be burning. That's why it's not going to be clogging up your iron, because it's going to have higher temperature of activation. But that's not what you want for wicking. For wicking, you want the lowest possible activation temperature, and you want some lubrication as well. It's still going to have some lubrication properties, but since it's going to be activating at higher temperatures, it's not going to be as easy to wick as this one is. So we shall see. It's still going to be, I don't know, probably I'll test it before I release it, because recently I've been releasing my my new batches like even before I tested them. Luckily they all tested well, because you know the difference is not that great between the batches, so I wasn't worried that it's just plainly not gonna work or something. I knew it would work. It just, you know, it's kind of weird when you sell stuff you haven't tested. So with this one, I'll just wait a little longer before I confirm that it works well for micro soldering, and then I release it for micro soldering. Because, you know, on one hand, it's good when you release early, you gather feedback, and you can quickly improve and work in iterations. But in some cases, you release too early, and people just kind of get the idea already, you know, just learn that that flux doesn't work great, and then even though the first one was okay, the first one was crap, you release the second one, but people already don't want it because they remember that first one that didn't work, you know. So it's kind of a, you know, double-edged sword. Luckily, none of my batches were so bad that they were unusable. And surprisingly, Tony still uses my first batch. You know, the one that completely separated. And he likes it. So awesome. Thermal mass is the key. Oh, hang on. Nice lift. Thank you. You would expect the person in charge of the most powerful country in the world to have a little more restraint and responsibility. Perhaps he should consult his experts before giving medical advice. True. In general, the president is, in my view, is not supposed to be an expert in anything. He should surround himself with experts. Trump just uses kind of the opposite approach. He's an expert of everything and he doesn't listen to anyone. That's not the best. It's not the best at all. Thermal mass is the key. Think of heat like a spring. Yes, weird analogy, it's transfer of energy. Yeah, that's why I use inadequately use the phrase a lot of temperature, right? You hear me talking about a lot of temperature, which is not correct, because temperature can either be high or low, right? Just like resolution, high resolution or low resolution. You don't have a lot of resolution, right? Or big resolution, right? You have high resolution or low resolution. The same with temperature. But when I use a lot of temperature, phrase a lot of temperature, that's pretty much what I mean. Because the temperature, I want 205, right? But if I need a lot of temperature, that means I need to deliver that temperature quickly and efficiently. Because the board dissipates that temperature quickly, right? So that's what I mean when I say a lot of temperature. Which again, it's not correct, I agree. No one really corrected me on that, but sometimes when I hear myself saying that, it hits the ear wrong. No? And I'm saying, no, there's not a lot of temperature. Okay, I need to wipe it with Q-tip because the paper towel left too much of that stuff. And I'm not sure, are we... Oh, no, we're not wicked well yet. That's weird. It felt like I wicked it all, but I guess I was wrong. And I guess we're done with this flux tube. Almost. I think it'll do this socket, but I already have a new tube ready for this occasion. I guess the board just wasn't hot enough. Yeah, there's a lot of pins didn't wick well. Yeah, there's a lot of solder. You know, I was just thinking of that comment about the bleach and stuff, right? That why are we repeating that and stuff like that. I just remembered that SNL joke when Alec Baldwin was doing Trump back then. You know, say what you want about the man, but he did awesome Trump. And that was during the first term, obviously. And he was saying like the press hates me or the media hates me, right? And they asked him, why do they hate you? Well, because they take everything I say and everything I do and they put it on TV. Yeah. I found that really funny. That was a great joke and great taste and very accurate as well. But, well, what are you gonna do? It's politics, guys. It's supposed to be divisive. Because we all have ideas. We all have different problems, different ideas. There's not gonna be a perfect solution for anything that everybody will be happy. So it's always gonna be divisive. What we have to remember is that we're all on the same side. We all want the same things. I'm not sure about this because I still feel stuff underneath the iron. And I don't know if my tip is too dirty and that's why it's so difficult, or this board is just really difficult. It could be a little from column A, a little from column B. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Doesn't feel that smooth. But maybe it's good. I don't know. That's why when I wiped it with paper towel, there were some specks of paper towel left because it wasn't wicked well. If you wick it correctly, if it's completely smooth, then when you wipe it with the paper towel, it shouldn't leave any specks. Did I miss a lot of chat? Trump bleach during COVID thing, yeah, mild. Spelling, my dyslexia is bad tonight. No worries, man. I'll be able to read it because I'm dyslexic myself. So I'm likely I'm not even gonna notice that you misspelled something because I'm just gonna read it like I normally read it. Anyway, BGA mobos that need socket replacing. I wanna see some bowls drop. All right, let me get you some bowls that will drop. Trump never said to inject or swallow bleach. Been fact checked 1,000 times as false. What do you mean by fact check? I heard it. He said they're looking into that, right? Because he said that the bleach, because we didn't have anything to fight the pandemic, right? But the bleach kills that virus right away. So we said maybe something about, you know, we're looking into maybe injections or something like that, right? This you can verify that. You can find that clip. I can find that clip for you if you want. So it's not like Trump was saying, yeah, people start injecting bleach. It's, you know, when you're speaking to the, you know, 300 million American people, you know, you gotta watch what you're saying. So if you're suggesting something like that, there's always gonna be, you know, a few hundred people that will interpret that as, oh yeah, let's inject bleach. I'm not aware of any cases where that actually happened, that people started injecting bleach, but you know, that is what he suggested, that they're looking into that or something like that. But there's nothing to look into. You don't inject bleach, you don't drink bleach. Yeah, it cleans the surfaces and it cleans the virus off the surfaces, sure, but it's not for internal use. But in all fairness, he did say, it's not like he said, yeah, people start injecting bleach. Yeah, so if that's what you're saying, then yeah, you're correct. He never encouraged anyone to start injecting bleach. Okay. I give you that. Alright, I think this is good. What do you guys think? It looks okay. I think this is... Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it done better than this. So, we're going to have to live with that. And we used up the whole flux. Good. Good. Let's see, what did I miss? I see the flux you are using tonight isn't separating like the stuff Northwest Repair reviewed. Well, this is a different batch. This is improved batch. And it's a long story as well. Because he kind of caused the separation by heating it up. Right, but this is low temperature activation, low activation temperature flux. So he just activated the flux, separated it, and then used the part of the flux, right? Not the whole flux. So that was the whole thing. But it still works. Even after it separates, it still works. So this one was separated, but just slightly. This one is, as you can see, perfectly fine. New batch. This is batch number 3. I also have batch number 4. Batch number 4 has a little bit less glycerin. Not much less, but it has less glycerin. And yeah, and we'll see the new compound, the micro soldering flux. That's gonna be an interesting one. Oh. I'm gonna use a Q-tip. Let's hope it's not gonna be too aggressive, because I don't want too much flux on it, because if you put too much, then the socket doesn't want to drop, because it's floating on the flux instead of solder. And I think, yeah, preheating stopped, so, and I should be using gloves for this so I'm not sticky, but what are you gonna do? All right, let's put this flux, let's put this socket on, and let's move on. We got 3 boards to do today, guys. We can't be spending an hour on one board. It's gotta be 45 minutes tops with wicking and everything. Yeah, that's why they say first impressions are everything. Yes, sir. Yeah. It was an analogy he used. Any normal person can see that the news picked on it and turned it as gospel. The guys talk straight. I don't know. I say, you know, if you don't know anything about electronics, perhaps Don't talk about electronics, or ask experts, or have experts explaining things. Don't say stuff yourself. If you don't know anything about medicine, don't talk about medicine. Have people that do know, doctors, scientists and stuff talking about that. The same with science and everything, right? You can talk about the real estate business, or I don't know, golf or what have you, right? But if you talk about stuff like that, right, like medicine, not being actually educated in that field, then you're bound to say something stupid from time to time, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but the problem is that if you're a president of any country, or a leader, or a CEO, or whatever, you should know that. You should know better. You should avoid those subjects, right? Or just lean on experts. That's it, right? That's why it's not a gospel that the media picked up. It just you probably shouldn't have said that. That's it. That says something about you, right? So it's not even in terms of mean-spirited, remarks that he said something stupid. We all say something stupid from time to time, sure. But, I say a lot of stupid things over the course of my life. I said plenty of stupid things that I regret, right? But I'm not a president, right? So it's not a big deal. I'm not an expert in anything, really. Right? So yeah, it's kind of different, right? You just expect some higher quality of vetting the information from the head of anything, not even just the country. Anything. If you're how many CEOs have been terminated because they just said something stupid on the Yeah, that's the law. That's the rule of being a leader. Everything's your fault. If you don't like that, no one forces you to be a leader. But if you want to be a leader just to be a leader, and you don't want the responsibility of being a leader, then yeah, that it doesn't work that way, essentially. So yeah, it's nothing really against Trump. It's more like we gotta keep people accountable. That's why people keep repeating that. And yeah, well, it didn't work in 2020, right? No, sorry, in 2024, it didn't work because yeah, he was being attacked on the mishandling of pandemic and stuff, and whatever you want to say, because what is Trump going to do with the pandemic? He's not a doctor, he's not a scientist or anything. Obviously he can't do anything. But if there was ever a time in the history of United States where we needed a strong, unified leadership, that was the time of pandemic, and he failed on that front. Okay, it's objectively, it's not even my opinion or whatever, I don't care either way. I just know that he failed on that front because instead of uniting the country, he started dividing the country, and that was the worst thing that the leadership can do. If you're a leader of a company, or I don't know, even a clan in some game, or some gathering in the whatever, right? A club, a chess club. You have a chess club. Your role as a leader is to unify and resolve differences, resolve problems, keep everything united. Because as long as we're united, we exist. We can survive. But as soon as we start dividing the house against itself, the house is not gonna stand. The house is gonna collapse. That's my take on it. So it's not even for Trump, against Trump. It doesn't matter. There's a golden rule of leadership. It's always your fault, and it's your responsibility to unite, not divide. Hope that answers your question and clarifies my stance on it. You are either not looking at chest, or you chat in way behind what we see. Oh, you're not. Yes, I'm discussing stuff way behind. I'm way behind on the chat. You should ignore us, and you should and you do. Hang on. You should ignore, or you shouldn't ignore us when you do. When live streaming. Same for you, Dave Unbranded. Ignore chat. Those pads look flat and good. Okay. Slight bumps are okay. Okay. I'm not sure what we all went the same things. Elites, politicians are quite different to your normal Joes. Yeah. You know, you're not gonna compare. I don't think a lot of these politicians ever pumped gas, went for grocery shopping, and if they were just kind of pampered all their life and grew up in mansions and rich basically, and they're not going to understand our problems living from paycheck to paycheck and not being able to afford health insurance or to fix your car to go to work and stuff like that. Obviously they're not going to understand that. They say they do, but they don't actually. So yeah, unfortunately, but there's very few opportunities where you can actually vote for a person like that actually is a regular Joe, average Joe, and understands your everyday problems. I mean, we did have an opportunity in 2024. The vice president, what was his name? Very down-to-earth guy, fixing cars and working on his, farm or whatever. He was a really, relatable guy. I would love to see him being either vice president or president. With the Trump and Bleach speech, it's a case of, can you spell red backwards? Yeah, he said they would look into that as a solution. Yeah, something like that. So yeah. To be fair, he never said, hey people, here's the syringe and the needle, and get the bleach and start injecting it because it's gonna save your life. So yeah, that's that never happened. 1 hour 5 minutes so far, is it? No, 50 minutes. Oh, you mean the stream time? Yeah, but the process is 50 minutes 8 seconds. So we're getting to a. Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Fauci. He was knowledgeable, right? Well, he's virologist, right? Educated guy, has been around for a while. I would, he's definitely more knowledgeable on that stuff than I am, and probably anyone over here. So we don't know. I was being sarcastic. Paid off mouthpiece. When you become the leader of the modern world, you give up the right to speak your mind. You have your hand on a lot of people's lives. You have a responsibility to consider consequences of your words. Very well said, man. Very well said. That's pretty much the point I was making. Yeah. The same with with CEOs, right? The position of a CEO is not only it's basically a representative position, right? Meaning, you remember that CEO that got caught on the Coldplay concert, cheating on his wife with his human resources lady, right? Which is weird because she's not even that attractive. I imagine that, if a CEO is cheating on his wife, it's like with some, 24-year-old 10, not some 50-year-old 6, but yeah, he got terminated immediately. No, you can't have a CEO that does that, because the reason you're a CEO is because you're you're a role model and you're better than all of us, right? Because you walk every day, you walk looking at us, down at us, thinking that you're better than us because you're a CEO. So you can't just turn around and give excuses that, hey, I'm only human, right? No. Then you're not supposed to be CEO. So yeah, this is kind of a, no one forces anyone to be a leader. You have to want to be a leader. I mean, maybe there's some extreme examples that you can find in history, but you need to want to be a leader, and with that comes consequences, comes responsibilities. So yeah, you can't just, defend the leader and say, well, he's just made a mistake. Well, okay, fine. We all make mistakes, but not all of us are leaders. Leader is not allowed to make a mistake. That's it. Otherwise, you're not a leader. So no, that's not gonna fly with me. Paid off mouthpiece. When you become the leader, oh right. Either way, that was 5 years ago and was paving the way for where we are now. Yeah, we're in a pretty digital IDs. Enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, crab rolls uphill. It's scary how many leaders do not understand that. True. A glass half empty versus glass half full depends who drinking it or rolling. Right. Yeah. Oh, Tampon Tim? Tim? Yes, his name was Tim. Why Tampon Tim? I never heard that. Yeah, Tim Waltz, right? Waltz, something like that. Yeah. Politicians entered chat. No work will be done. FFs. Why would you do that at a public event? Of course, you're going to get caught. Yeah. I think we all know that there is something fundamentally wrong with the world we live in. Let's just agree on that and see some BGA balls drop. Yeah. Well, we are what's wrong with the world. And I think we should be discussing those things. That's my approach. I know it can be divisive. I know it can be aggravating. It can be difficult. It can be messy. But I think we should discuss those things. We're not. It doesn't matter what community you belong to, right? Or if you belong to a community where everybody agrees on everything, you're not in the community, you're in a cult, right? So in every community, healthy community, we're all gonna have some different ideas, some different views, be it political or otherwise. And what makes the community great is how we resolve those, right? Doesn't mean we have to start arguing about those things, right? Well, that's my approach, but I agree we don't have to talk about politics. I don't think did I bring it up? I'm not sure. If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah, fix some boards, put some money in the bank, be cool. True. All right, let's go, man. Let's go. Well, this is kind of a process which kind of takes a lot of time, right? So So there's plenty of time to be discussing stuff like politics and stuff like that. Drink beer, smash sockets. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Uber. You got it, man. You got it. Let's start the profile. I'm at 197 at the bottom. I'm starting the profile a little early, but it should be fine. Now, I don't know if we're gonna see the socket drop, because not only it's kind of blurry, but there's so much flux. And now I see, is it aligned? Oh, you. Oh, you. A little. Do you think it's a little shifted low? Or is it just the perspective? It could be the perspective, because when I look at it here, it looks aligned. And it's kind of late for that now. Yeah, it looks aligned. Yeah, I think it's just the perspective. Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, it should be fine. Hard to tell looking from the side. Yes, yes, it is. But yeah, it looks. Yeah, I think it's just the perspective, since we're looking at the angle, so it looks misaligned. But it should be fine. Well, we'll see. Now we should see it drop. Actually, let's make it a little bigger here. There. And that should drop nicely. Actually, let's even do this. There. That will tell us. Even bigger. We ran out of resolution, but it should. Damn, my bottom heater keeps making noises, like like crackling noises. I think this heater is gonna be done very quickly, very soon. But it did serve me for a while, and I do not have a replacement or a job. So it's kind of gonna be hard, but we'll figure it out. I survived the dot-com bubble. I survived the Soviet invasion. I'll survive Trump economy. Okay, I'm sorry. No more politics. Hey, this is well, this isn't loads, but it's a leaded solder. So it should drop at 185. So it should have dropped already, and it's not dropping. We got 188, 187. It should have dropped by now. It's weird that it didn't drop yet. $192, but the board, or maybe it did drop. Did you guys see it drop? It looks like it's laying flat now. I think it did drop. It looks to me like it dropped. Oh, you did see it? Big margin, 185 to 205, yeah. Yeah, okay. So it dropped, but I'm gonna keep it for the rest of the cycle. Because I like to heat it nicely. 205 is still pretty good. Oh yeah, now it definitely looks, yeah, looks good. Yeah, because it looks like it's sitting on the board now. Should be fine. Yeah, as long as it holds. Did you see it like self-align? Or did it just drop straight down? Oh, you did see it shift? Okay. Perfect. Okay. We're at 205, but I'm not gonna run it for 160 seconds because then it's a pain to clean this flux. Because my flux cleans really well, but if you overheat it to this point, it's a little harder because it does require a ultrasonic cleaning, right? You can't clean it with just spraying alcohol and waiting, because that's how I like to clean them. If I can, I don't want to put them in ultrasonic cleaner. Down to the right at 205, ended. Should be good. Yep. I turned on the fan. The top heater is cooling down. All right, let's let it cool down a bit and let's grab another board. Let's see, this one also has a outline, so it should be fine. But this one, I've done a lot of these. These ones release very nicely. These white ones, for some reason, as you saw, it took even the 160 seconds. It didn't allow me to lift it. I had to run another 160 seconds before I could actually lift it. So I'm not sure what's up with these boards. Why do they require higher temperature? It's definitely not a matter of color of the board, but the white boards, for some reason, they are thicker or something. I don't know, and they require a lot higher temperature. Yeah, now, yeah, at lower zoom it looks definitely that it dropped. All right. You'll DM me an ultrasonic cleaner. Well, I do have an 30 liter ultrasonic cleaner. Works great, but again, I just prefer, if I don't have to, I don't wanna ultrasonically clean them. I prefer if I can just spray alcohol and dissolve flux and just wash it out. And my flux allows you to do that, but if you overheat it really well, like this one probably won't let loose that easily. And then I do have to ultrasonically clean them, and you know, because you're kind of risking, you know, because you're submerging the whole board essentially. I try to do it at the angle, so only like half a board, maybe a little more than half a board is actually submerged. But still, the majority of the board is submerged, and you know, a lot of stuff can happen in ultrasound. Probably more layers. That's an Oris board, isn't it? It is X870 Steel Legend ASRock Wi-Fi. Yeah, ASRock X870. So I guess not Oris Pro. But no, Oris Pro, those are easier. For some reason, I find Oris Pros easier than these whiteboards. And it's always those whiteboards, and they have great outlines, sure, but they do have those indentations or something. So they're harder to wick, and I already know when the board gives you problems wicking, it's gonna be difficult to work with. The same with lifting the socket. If it's giving you problems to lift the socket, it's going to be a pain to wick it. And if it's going to be a pain to wick it, it's going to be a pain to resolder the socket. So I don't know. It's you know, as you say, it's it doesn't look fake, but it probably has tons of layers. Or in some cases, it's not even the number of layers; it's the amount of copper that is on those layers, right? If there's a lot of copper on it, then obviously it needs to it has higher thermal mass, right? Okay, so mid-range 6 layers, if I remember right. Yeah, probably. Keyword what? Will come out minty fresh. Oh, you mean, okay, the cleaner. Right. I know it in my, I show it in my vids. IPA is good, but not great for socket cleaning. I mean, it depends on what the flux you're using. My flux is completely dissolvable in alcohol. You don't need anything other than alcohol to clean this flux. I do use cobalt blue, sure, as well, right? But it's not needed. It's not needed at all. I just want to remove that bubble from it. There. Okay. It dissolves completely in alcohol once it's activated. Because before you activate it, it will not dissolve entirely in alcohol. But it's extremely easy to clean. You may have seen a Northwest repair video on my flux. Cleaning is its best feature, and also a little lubrication, so it's good for wicking, and yeah. But it depends. If you overheat it, like overburn it, like I did here, it's probably not gonna let loose from alcohol alone. All right, we got 74. I say we're good. It's a little early to remove it, but who cares? It's burning me. I usually wait until 50 degrees before I remove it, but since we have 3 of them, let's just get the second one already. This one doesn't have a hole in the same place, which is too bad, because now I have to realign it. Come on. There. Now we're doing kind of a conveyor belt method. Alright, so with this, since my heater at the bottom is already, let's see, but top heater pretty hot, but it's good enough, I can touch it. And let's do long preheat, 45 minutes. And we're at 204, so I'm not preheating like I did with the other one, 120, 180 or whatever. Just plain 205 as soon as it grabs the temperature, especially since I worked with this particular board many times. I just know it's gonna work. Yes, Archie?
You need the air pump.
The what?
An air pump.
Air pump?
For my boxing. You need to pump up the boxing bag. Where's your pump?
Oh.
The pump? Where's your pump?
Well, but you won't be able to actually use it. Hang on. Alright. I didn't check the bottom thermocouple, but this time I was lucky. It sat exactly where it needs to sit. And I didn't tighten these, which is kind of a mistake, but should be fine. Okay, TC is sitting. All right, let's grab a socket. Okay, so that was the one. This one had plenty of damage. Let's grab another socket. I really wish they packaged them better than in those tissue paper. Cause always I have to, like, you know, get all that nasty particles of tissue paper from them. They don't even use toilet paper in those squatty toilets, or at least you know. But for this, they do. Inconsistency. That's not what you use toilet paper for. And sometimes after this cleaning, you discover that one of the balls is kind of shifted, doesn't look good, or something like that. Okay, this one looks good. Actually, let me look at it through my second pair of eyes. Nope, there's still a little speck over here. Because if there's any of those specks left here, they can actually make a bridge. And that is so annoying. Because you did all the work, you did everything right, and it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because some Asian person decided that they're gonna use tissue paper to protect the socket. I don't know if you guys have had a problem with that, but that seems to be a common way of how they package those sockets. Why, I will never understand, but well, it's not like we have a choice. Oh, it's dissolving nicely. Okay, so I'm not gonna have to ultrasonically clean this one, which is awesome. Because it only, you know, it only introduces more potential for any damage, right? You don't know if it works until you clean it. But then if it doesn't work, you don't know if it doesn't work because you messed up soldering, you messed up alignment, you overheated it, or it just got damaged in the ultrasonic cleaner, right? Let's see, I was surprised how well the IPA dissolves the flux in your last video. No bubbling, no rubbing required. Yes, that's why this flux is so good for BGA. I definitely recommend it. That's why I use it, right? I use a thin layer only on board in cleanup using ISO only. On rare occasions might ultrasonic, but rarely. Yeah. If you can avoid using ultrasonic, it's better. Thin layer flux, that should say, right. And you know, technically this is NC flux, so even if we leave it on the board, it's not gonna be a big issue. Okay. Let's give it a little bigger, yeah, there, and let's see, that's 100% easier to clean than King Bow. Yes, I saw that from Northwest video. I've used King Bow on a daily basis since 2013. Same here, man. I've been using King Bow for years, And one thing about Kingbo, when you use it for this purpose, it's almost impossible to clean. It's like the socket will never look as new, right? And that's what we're going for over here. With my flux, even without ultrasonic cleaning, in most cases you can just make it look absolutely new, a pristine, crisp condition. With Kingbo, not possible. It'll always have some discoloration, because that burned residue from that flux, it just stays forever. Even if you even if I do on the chips, if I overheat Kingbo on the chip, I can't remove it. I have to apply a new solder and then try to scrape it. But basically, in most cases, I just scrape the chip. Plus, it's a little aggressive. If you leave it, if you don't clean it, especially that activating compound, if you leave it, it's gonna eat away some of your pods and stuff. So yeah, that's why I even started making my flux, because I just couldn't find a flux that works for me, for my purposes. So I just made my own. And yeah, I definitely recommend it for BGA work. Yeah, and used MTech as well. Yeah, I've used MTech. It can be for wicking. It actually works okay for wicking. Not so much for BGA, but I mean it's not the best for BGA, but it does work as well. Oh, ultrasonic cleaner with sweep function is all you need. So what I used for sweep function is I just every 2 minutes I move the board a little. That's my sweep function. Yeah. And yeah, and with Kingbo, you have to put well, cobalt blue is what I use, but you have to put something in the water, because alcohol doesn't touch Kingbo. It's not alcohol soluble, it's water soluble. So the best way is to just use some alkaline. I use cobalt blue, and that actually gets the job done, but it's like at least 20-25 minutes in the ultrasonic cleaner. It's a bit aggressive. You never know if the PCH is not gonna start cracking, or you lose the markings on the capacitors, or some markings on the board get removed and that kind of stuff, and then you can't RMA it anymore. So LOL, they do package better when you buy 100 plus at the time. They come in a tray. Oh right, the sockets, yes. But some people, even if you buy, because I usually buy like 5, sometimes 10, and sometimes they do come on a tray. I'm not sure why. It also probably depends on the who you're buying it from. Generic 40 Hz ultrasonic cleaner can kill boards. Yeah. Kingbo ultrasonic cleaning with the right fluid and sweep function. It cleans 100% different strokes, etc. Right. Yes, alkaline. Yeah. So I use cobalt blue, but yeah, basically you need alkaline. That also not only cleans the flux really well, but it leaves the solder joints nice and shiny, because it removes that layer of oxidant from the flux. So it just looks pretty cool. All right, we're in 198 at the bottom. Let's start the profile. Why not? And let's rip this guy off. This one should be easy. On these boards, it's pretty easy. Let's see let's spray a little more alcohol on the socket. right, and I was gonna grab another beer, but super shiny factory fresh, yes sir. Yeah, works really well. Works really well. You know what? While it's heating, I'm gonna go grab another beer. Hang on. All right, this time it's Heineken. Nederlanden. We're at 185. Okay, so we should be lifting pretty soon. So Uber, someone said you use Rework Pro. How's that working out for you? Do you actually use it, or you just used it a couple times and figured, nah, it's not good? Overpriced crap. At least there's no, there's no license, there's no subscription, because everything comes with subscription nowadays, for some reason. Like even, oh my God, all those subscriptions that are being advertised on all those all those channels that I watch that have a lot of exposure, but and all that crap, and it's advertised like. Cooking dinner is such a hassle, and you need a subscription for someone to send you a box of food every week or every few days, because cooking is, oh my God, cooking and cleaning and something. Oh my God, at what point do you get to your adulthood and you find just feeding yourself a hassle? It's crazy to me. And you need a subscription. I wonder when the grocery stores will start giving me subscription, because I eat eggs. I like eggs, right? I eat relatively a lot of eggs. I wonder when the grocery store start advertising subscriptions for eggs. No, you don't get to walk to the store and buy your eggs anymore. No, you gotta sign up for a subscription so you can get eggs. One channel that I used to watch, or I don't even remember which one. They were sponsored by a company with perfumes and colognes and stuff like that. And I was listening to the ad, right? That they have like really great, fragrant smells and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, like, it was, I don't know, it's been 20 years, maybe more, since I used a cologne. And I was thinking, oh, maybe I should get a cologne, like the good old days. And so I was listening to that, and I figured, okay, I'm gonna click on the link or something, and by the end he got to the end of the shout out or the readout, right? And at the end, like, yeah, get your subscription today. And I was so surprised. Like, I can't even buy cologne anymore. I have to sign up to a subscription to buy a cologne now? Are you kidding me? How did we get to this place where even if you want a cologne, you have to sign up for a subscription? You know, the refrigerators showing you ads now, and they requiring subscription. Like, Jesus. That's why when I released Rework Pro, I said to myself that there's no way. I know it's a great business model, and I would love to, from all the copies that I sold, I don't know how many, maybe 70, maybe 80, all those copies, if I had, I don't know, $5 or $10 a month, it would have been great. Hundreds of dollars a month for nothing, for you just using my software. Yeah, it would be great, but it's crazy. And I said to myself, no, never. I'm not gonna put Rework Pro behind the subscription, ever. I guess with the exception if there's ever, you know, the requirement of maintaining the backend and stuff, which, you know, admittedly Rework Pro does use backend, right? So I have to maintain the server, I have to maintain the service and stuff. So yeah, I guess I could, you know, charge monthly for that, but it's not enough cost for me to justify, you know, sacrificing my integrity to just start charging people monthly for using a software for doing BGAs. And yeah, some people just kind of justify that, or some companies kind of justify that by saying, you know, if it brings you value every month, then what's wrong with paying for it? But I say that's a wrong way of looking at it. So what? It brings me value every month, it brings me money every month because I use it. It's not like the software is doing anything for me. It's not like it's doing my job for me. I still do the job and I use the software that I paid for. Right? Now, if there is a product that just does work for you completely and you don't have to do anything, and say it makes you $100 a month for doing nothing, you do nothing and the software just brings you $100 a month, then okay, I'll pay $20 a month for that software, and that gives me $80, you know, clean profit. Sure, but that's not it. Rework Pro doesn't do work for you. It makes your work easier, but it doesn't do work for you. You still have to do the work. So, you know, charging say $15 or $20 a month for Rework Pro, it's just added cost. You still have to do the BGA yourself. And just the fact that it merely just makes the work easier, that's not enough to justify a monthly monthly ransom, right? Yeah, you want to continue using the software, you gotta pay me. Screw that. Okay, on this board, the solder doesn't want to listen to me. It's probably because I turned off the bottom heater. So, see what it's doing? Doesn't want to follow my iron. Yeah, this board dissipates heat a lot quicker. We gotta do the preheating. What do we have? 132 at the bottom. Not enough. I'm all for a first sub fee, but definitely offer a good lifetime fee. Right. Remember, we are all making money from your software. BGA work is a black art, machine skills and techniques over time. Well, again, you're not really making money from my software, because you're making money from your skill, right, and your hard work. That's how you make money. And my software is just making it a little easier, but it's not actually doing the work. You're doing the work. So me charging you every month for using my software is not that fair, unless that software requires maintenance. And I do have I do have software that I will be releasing sometime next month, hopefully, that is going to require a monthly fee to use. But there's a specific reason for that, right? It's not just a money grab from my side, it's just a commitment, right? It's not like I can release that software just like Rework Pro and just forget about it, right? If I don't release another version of this software, of Rework Pro, it'll still work, because you still use the same machine, and maybe, the server will stop working, right? You can no longer get the profiles from the community, sure, but the software itself is going to work, because it works with your machine. So it'll always work. But with the other software I'm working on, it's only going to work as long as I maintain it. And for me to maintain it, I need to have a revenue stream to actually put work into it, right? I don't see any justification to make Rework Pro, require a license to use. And also, the other software I'm referring to, that software actually does work for you by itself, because it's literally what it is. It's an automation software. So you can use my software and just do nothing. If you do drop shipping and stuff, right, you can literally set it up and it just does work for you. You don't have to barely do anything. So yeah, that makes sense. But with Rework Pro, no matter how well Rework Pro works, it's still, without your skills, it's not going to do anything for anyone by itself. You have to do the work. So it's just not fair to require a license. Or at least that's how I see it. So that's why no monthly fees on Rework Pro, ever. Or at least this version of Rework Pro, because maybe in the future something might change, who knows, I don't know, but not this one. If my software makes reliable repairs, no, you make reliable repairs. Again, if you give Rework Pro to someone who's never done rework of any kind, right, any BGA work, is he gonna succeed because of my software? No, not at all. You still have to do a lot of work yourself. And let's see. Okay then, I buy your software for £100 and lifetime updates. In 6 months, I make £3,000 using your software. You okay with that? Yes, I am okay with that. I am absolutely okay with that because it's, again, not my software that made that £3,000 for you. You did. You did. If I give you a software that just literally, you know, I don't know, does a Bitcoin mining, right? And it makes you £3,000 a month. And you paid £100 for it. And every month you just do nothing and just collect a paycheck of £100 or £3,000 a month. That, you could argue that, yeah, I'm losing out because I'm making money for you and I'm not getting compensated for it. Sure. But with BGA work, you have to make money. And what if, you know, let's put the shoe on the other foot then. What if you lost £1,000 last month because some of the repairs didn't work out, difficult customers, difficult boards, right? Maybe there was a power cut. Are you gonna charge me £1,000 because you lost money using my software? If you answer no, then I don't get to take your £3,000 because you earned it. You're responsible for making that money, and my software just aids in making that money, right? But if I ever charge you, you know, if you make £3,000 and I want to charge you 10% of that, so you gotta give me £300 from the £3,000 you made, then if next month you lose £2,000, then I should pay you £200. It's only fair. You know, the bottom line, because, you know, I touched on this many times. I prefer to make less money but keep my integrity and just, you know, take the moral high ground and have just less money or no money, be unsuccessful, but look myself in the mirror and say, you know, I did everything right, and look my son in the eyes and say, you know, that's how you do business with integrity, right? Just be a good man. Don't take more than you need, right? And have a respect of the community, rather than be rich, even filthy rich, right? And have the community bashing me on every corner that I you know, do money grabs and stuff like that. It's kind of the same with, you know, I don't care if you're rich or not. I'm not impressed if you're rich, if your money came from scamming people or doing like crypto scams, you know. that kind of stuff. It doesn't, your money doesn't impress me in that way, because you essentially just scam people out of their money. It's not a business. It's not a business to me, right? So I prefer being, you know, semi-successful, even unsuccessful, but making honest, you know, honest living and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I agree that's not the best, you know, approach when it comes to actually business and stuff, right? I agree, but you know, I'm not looking to become rich. I just want to make a living. That's what I like. Just make enough money so I can feed myself, feed my family. And just be happy. But it's always what I hear from rich people, that, you know, money doesn't really solve any problems. You just have different problems. It might seem to us, you know, poor people, that if I had money, all my problems would be gone. But no, you would have different problems. And those problems, you know, that I have as a poor man are a lot simpler problems, in my view. Than the problems I would have if I were a rich man. Oh, I must say, my batch number 3 is awesome. Yeah, it bubbles a lot, but it's okay. All the bubbles will disappear. There. Okay, see, this one was easy. The whiteboards, for some reason, are giving me a lot of problems. It's always the whiteboards, especially the ones without the outline. I even told myself I'm not doing whiteboards with no outline, because then I have to use black marker, and it doesn't seem to work as well as the white marker on the blackboard. I don't know why, but that is it. So I just thought, no more whiteboards. And it's not about racism. Don't call me a racist. I just want to do easy jobs. This is horrible outline that you just need to get used to. The socket is a little bit shifted to the top, and the socket goes over the right line and the left line, and it's a little off from the bottom line. So it's something you gotta figure out on these. But since I've done like many of these, I just know how to do it. Right? But the first time I did one of these, it was horrible. Alignment has always been the most, or the last thing that I figured out. The last thing that gave me the most issues, right? For some reason, that's something that I struggled with the most. Not even the getting the temperatures right, the you know, board flexing and all that kind of stuff. It's all right, I missed a lot of chats, sorry about that. Right, your software makes reliable repairs. Do you like that? I asked yes, you asked difficult questions, Uber, and I appreciate those. I'm not gonna get offended, no worries, I don't get offended. I appreciate both feedback and difficult questions, and feedback, constructive or otherwise. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Remember, operative word is reliable work. Yeah. Yeah. If my business hinges on your software, why should you not make a fair percentage of that? If you know, if it happens that your business hinges on my software, then I can always send you a payment link. I got a tip link, right, where you can specify the amount and send me money, right? Basically, like kind of a donation and stuff. And a lot of open software does that as well, right? That you don't have to pay for the software, but if the software gives you a lot of value, you have the ability to just kind of repay to the creators or maintainers or something. So yeah, that's always an option, but I don't think that should be, you know, like Adobe did with Photoshop. Because that's a short route actually. Because yeah, maybe with all that money, Adobe now can put a lot of effort into making good software and shit. Sure, but they don't seem to be, and you know, competition is growing, and people are going to be more incentivized to use competition because it's cheaper, and you're gonna, you know, in the short term, it's a lot of money for your business. But in long term, you're gonna lose your business altogether because you got too greedy. So, you know, that's how I look at it. You're a good man, Raf. I wish more people were like you. Well, thank you. That's so nice to hear. I appreciate that, man. In all reality, you need to study PSoft Rework with simple rewiring of the PS410 and Rex C10 work in combination. Yeah, I can look into that. I want Rework Pro to be, you know, accessible to anyone, you know, and you don't need to. So Rework Pro utilizes the machine as a stock machine, right? The bottom temperature is only for reference, right? Even if you don't connect the bottom temperature controller, the bottom temperature thermocouple, it's fine. It's the bottom is, you know, the bed is just gonna read 0 or 24, whatever. But you can utilize the preheat and long preheat functions to utilize the bottom controller and get really good results, as you can see here, right? We're preheating now, right? No modification to the machine required. That's what I'm going for. So, you know, to change Rework Pro to require you to modify your machine is not quite the direction I want to go. And in addition, what I want to make, which I started working on it a long time ago, and I haven't really got far into it, is to build my own hardware and build it the way I want it to work much better, right? I don't like the way this machine works. But as you can see, you know, can you set on the PC410 controller, can you set 45-minute preheating? You can't, because the limitation is, I don't remember, like 800 or 900 seconds, right? That's all you can set. So maybe 12 minutes or something like that. Rework Pro allows you to set, what, an hour, 5 hours, what have you. And then it can automatically start the profile for you, right? That is the power of Rework Pro. It can work with the stock machine and still give you pretty good results, right? So that's why I didn't look into that, especially since most of those PC410 controllers on 6500, they don't have the ability to have the second output. It's physically it's there, but I tested mine and the second output doesn't work. And that isn't being developed anymore. Yeah, I know. And it's also Polish software, right? I'm Polish as well. I'm asking a fair price. I make money. I want you to make money. Well, I'll take it. I'll take your money. If you really want to give me money, I'll take your money, man. I'm I'm unemployed right now, so I'll take your money. Psoft Rework software is good, and it's old. It is old, yeah. Rossi, I always enjoy your rants, Raf. Thank you so much. I'm glad someone does. I mean, I know some of... I haven't been doing many rants lately with the, ECM repair, but typically my rant videos, they don't get a lot of views, right? The other videos get more views, but pretty much none of my videos get a lot of views. But some people only watch the rant videos, right? So that's why I keep doing them, and I have been doing them, because some people just want those, and I don't want, I want to cater to my, loyal viewers that came to my channel expecting just that. And some people, especially newer viewers, they tell me that, these are horrible videos and stuff like that, and I understand it's not for them. That it's it's not a popular content, but some people enjoy it, and that's why I do it. Yeah. I have the Xbox Series 6 ESD and other flexes. Will I give out the Gerber files to BOM? No, I made it. I market it. They save a £500 plus console for $20 at a time. Okay, you're a good businessman then. Your software develop. Will you give out the source code? There are no plans to make Rework Pro open source. It might be if I ever drop it, right? If I ever decide that I no longer want to support the software, I no longer want to sell it, I want to just back out, I will likely make it open source for the community to just take it. Also, since I'm a software engineer, and I do believe in sharing your knowledge and just kind of supporting community, I do if anyone, because I've had hang on, let me start the profile, let me know when the socket drops. Sometimes people do ask me about some things, and I know some people even tried reverse engineering and stuff like that, right? In those cases, I just, all you have to do is just ask me, just email me. I'll give you details that you may require, that you may need. And maybe I'm not gonna give you the source code itself, but I'll tell you how it works, how I achieved what I achieved, how the whole solution works, all that. I'm not hiding that knowledge. It is my proprietary solution for sure, but it's, you know, there's nothing you wouldn't expect over there, right? There's no black magic in there or something that, you know, that you wouldn't figure out yourself. So yeah, for that reason, it's, yeah, if you're trying to make a similar software, I'll help you out. I'm sure there's enough room for both of us in the market, on the market. There's the same thing with, you know, ECM repairs. One of the, you know, some shop, I don't remember where from. I think it wasn't even in US. But the guy, you know, contacted me and said, you know, I want to do ECM repairs as well, and basically like kind of asking me for permission or, you know, something like that. Like I want to be your competition, but I don't think of you as a competition. I think of you as a member of the community, the repair community, you know. So yeah, I'm sure there's enough room for both of us. And if your product, if your service is better than mine and I lose customers because your service is better, then it rightfully belongs to you, right? Because you're better. And likewise, I, you know, pushed out probably some other companies off the market providing better service than they did, right? So those customers are rightfully mine because they prefer my service over your service. And if you provide better service than mine, then those customers belong to you. And that's how it should work, right? It's not like I got into this business first and I should always have all the customers, and if you start your own business, then suddenly we're enemies. Doesn't work like that. Or it shouldn't work like that. Yeah, I did see the socket dropped. I don't know if anyone commented that the socket dropped. But with this level of zoom, it's easy to see that the socket dropped. As Lewis said, it's not about maximizing your size of a small pie. It's about maximizing the size of the pie itself. Yes. No, same. We are members of a community. Like I say, I ask difficult questions. I respect you. Apologies if I overstepped. No, you did not overstep. No. Why would you even think that? Because you ask difficult questions? That's... I see that as a opportunity. Just as I said, you know, even with negative feedback or unconstructive feedback, it's still feedback. You know, do you guys know of a streamer? You probably don't, and you shouldn't. But there's a streamer that's been it's been a while. It's been around for quite a while. Very a while, like 17 years or 18 years, something like that. Dark Side Phil. You guys recognize the name? If not, don't Google it. Don't check it. It's really not worth your attention. It's not worth your time. He's a nobody. Although he thinks he's somebody, but anyways, my point. So he does this. He's a streamer. He plays games, right? So people pay him to play games, but not like people. It's not like he's popular. He only has like 2 or 3 whales that support him. And reportedly, those people just find it, I don't know, satisfying to have such a control of someone else's life and livelihood and well-being. And that's why they do it, right? He's not really entertaining. It's not like he's an excellent player in anything or anything like that. I guess he's a decent player, probably much better than I would do. But when he gets feedback from people, he gets upset. He gets upset because he says that it's not a constructive feedback. And instead, what you should do, you should tell him, you should give him something that is applicable, something that he can apply, test, or at least consider. Instead of just saying that this is a bad idea, or I don't like this, or something like that. I think that's a big mistake, treating negative feedback as non-constructive feedback, because maybe he's not the best example of a product, but his product is just his streams where he plays games, and pretty much that's all he does. If people don't like that, if he ignores the negative feedback because well, you just said you don't like me playing this game, but that's not constructive, I cannot apply it, or I cannot do anything with that, so that's useless feedback. No, it's I say it's very useful feedback, because your product, whatever product you discover, whatever product you test, right? Like take my flux for example, right? If you receive my flux and you give me a feedback that, hey, your flux sucks, I don't like your flux, right? Well, you could say that you're not giving me a constructive feedback, because you're not telling me, like, I don't know, reduce the amount of glycerin, add something else, or make it work with this, or something like that. Yeah, maybe you could see that as unconstructive feedback, but it is absolutely constructive feedback because you don't like it. Why do I make my flux? Well, I make it primarily for my own use, sure, and then I sell it. I don't make it primarily to sell it. But when I make a product specifically for people to use it, and people say, hey, I don't like your product, that's an absolutely valuable feedback to me, because for some reason you don't like it. And it's my responsibility to figure out why you don't like it, improve it, and give you a better product until you like it. I cannot just start convincing you that you are wrong because you don't like my product. Because why am I even making that product? If you don't like it and I blame you for not liking it, you're a hater because you don't like my product, then why am I even making that product? It's not your responsibility as a user to give me pointers to how to make my product better. Your responsibility is just paying for the product if you receive it, right? That's it. If you don't like it, it's not even your responsibility to even tell me. And if you don't like my product, and if you don't tell me, that's worse for me, because I don't know, right? You bought my product, you don't like it, and I don't even know. You just never make another order, right? It's bad for my business, right? But if you do say something, right, and you say your flux sucks, it's absolutely valuable for me to know that someone received my product and they don't like it. So it is as I always say, I appreciate any feedback, constructive or otherwise, because to me any feedback is constructive, because I don't want you to just not say anything. Just receive my product, tell all your friends that my product sucks, and never contact me, never say anything to me. That way I cannot improve, because I'm not even aware that you don't like my product. So yeah, that's my that's why I think Northridge picked like the worst kind of way of responding to feedback. Just saying, they're all haters. No, my flux is the best, and any negative feedback is no. I'm not gonna improve. I'm not gonna change anything about my flux. No, that particular customer, he's a hater. I don't care that my flux doesn't work for that customer, because it works for a few other customers, right? No, that's a cult-like approach. That's not how you develop products. That's also what Apple has been doing for years, right? You're holding it wrong. We still use that phrase. You're holding it wrong, right? It's basically the worst kind of approach to feedback that you can possibly do. But for some reason, they're successful. But personally, I don't think you can be successful with that approach. But I guess Apple proves me wrong, because they do preach, they do practice that approach, and they are successful. Yeah, bringing things to market, you do get criticized. You need a Teflon back. Yeah, you need to develop a thicker, well, actually not even a thicker skin, because it's not like anyone criticizes, like, it's not like these are ad hominem attacks, right? If you don't like my flax, you're not, you know, attacking me because my beard is too long, or I'm bald, or I'm short and chubby. You're giving an honest opinion, your personal honest opinion of my product, right? It's my responsibility to improve that product or stop delivering that product, right? So yeah, it's not even a matter of thick skin. It's a matter of, you know, are you trying to make a good product that people will like, or you're just trying to grift, right? Just have people buy your product because it's your product and you want to get rich, you know? Oh, Lewis is the definition of Teflon. Yeah, watched that mofo since 2011. Yeah, I watched him from the also from the very, very early days. Yeah. Yep. He sure is. I don't know how he does it. I would have gone postal if I had to deal with 1% of the things he does. Yeah, Postal 2 is a good game. I played the first one long time ago, and I think that was 90s, early 90s. Fantastic game. Releasing in the comeback of boomer shooters recently. blackhorserepairs, yeah, having a bunch of yes people around you will kill you and the brand quick, fast, in a hurry. Yes, sir. Yes, very good point. Very good point. If you surround yourself with yes people, with yes men, yes, they're gonna hurt you. Even though they're trying to support you, they're trying to be on your side and stuff, but it has the opposite effect, for sure. The same with Jeremy from Quartering. He sells coffee, right? And he always brags, or maybe the way he markets his product is that, you know, or our coffee is hand ground, or, you know, hand packaged. We don't do drop shipping. We don't do, you know, like he got into the coffee business because no other company did it right, and he said, yeah, I'm gonna do it right. No drop shipping. We hand package our product and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the coffee is probably mediocre at best. It's super expensive because you have all that added cost. How does it improve the product because you hand package it and do it basically inefficiently? You're handling your product inefficiently, and for some reason I have to pay for that. How does that bring value to me? Is the coffee better? Does it taste better? Does it, I don't know, have better effect or anything? Because you hand wrap it and you hand spice it and you handle all your orders and all the shipping and everything. How is that an incentive for me to buy your coffee instead of someone who drop ships the coffee, but the coffee is just as good, it's cheaper? You know, that's all I need. I just need some caffeine in the morning. That's it. Who cares if if it's hand roasted or handmade or whatever. He's focusing on the wrong thing. Like, I should care that he's not drop shipping. Well, then maybe start drop shipping. Maybe that's the solution. You want to be a businessman, you want to make money, then, you know, start drop shipping coffee instead of convincing me that I should buy your coffee for twice the price because you don't drop ship. Makes no sense to me. But again, he's also a person that just basically does not take feedback at all. And recently, I don't know if you guys are aware of that person. She's a YouTuber as well, right? Sydney Watson, was it? I don't remember. Sydney from Australia, right? Her name is Sydney and she's from Australia. I used to watch a few of her videos on a certain subject. I don't remember what it was, but I was interested in some subject and she did a lot of cover on that particular subject. So that's how I know who she is. And recently, I've seen her on Jeremy's channel, right? Imagine my surprise on the live stream. Now, the live stream itself was discussing absolutely disgusting subjects. And I don't mean disgusting by, you know, political views that I All right. Thank you for the quick reaction. Yeah. Thank you for sending all those red alarms. How long was I gone? Yeah. Anyways, so where did I go? Where did I go silent? I was talking about Sydney Watson and Jeremy's stream. About 2 minutes tops. Okay. So, you know, Jeremy was streaming. Luckily, he doesn't have a battery-powered microphone, so he doesn't deal with problems like I do of microphone dying on you. He was discussing very disgusting subjects that I don't even want to repeat, stuff that I would talk to my doctor about if I had issues. But for some reason he figured it's a good discussion to have on the stream, and Sydney was there to my surprise, and throughout that disgusting discussion, that it wasn't even discussion, he was just talking about basically disgusting subjects that you know, I was thinking to myself, hey, I thought this was a serious political channel, right? Discussing serious subjects, politics, geopolitics, social issues, you know, stuff like that. But no, he figured he's gonna be discussing or talking about disgusting subjects. So fine. And you could tell that Sydney was like uncomfortable. But I guess she was doing it for the paycheck, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, he does his coffee, right? That's his grift. Now, Sydney, because I was thinking, why is Sydney on his channel, right? She doesn't really do much political content. And then I watched her video that was published, I don't know, a few weeks ago or whatever. And the subject of the video was around fat acceptance. That used to be a pretty popular subject. Oh, Tony, how you doing, man? Yay, Tony's here. I can see the equipment. It's IR 6500. Nothing too special, man. Nothing too special. So anyways, I watched her video on the fat acceptance. I used to watch a lot of these because that fat acceptance really got out of hand at some point. And you click on the video, first minute, whole 60 seconds is her tea company, her tea ad, the tea grift plug, right? And in first 60 seconds of the video. So we click on the video and you don't even get like first like others do, like first 30 seconds or 45 seconds or first 60 seconds you discuss the subject. You just gonna give a hook, right, to attract the viewer, right? And then after a few minutes you do your shameless, you know, plug. Yeah, buy my flax because it's so good, right? No, you start a video and first you gotta listen for 60 seconds how good my flax is, and it's expiring, so buy it soon because otherwise I'm gonna have to throw it in the trash. Then you get about 20 seconds of an intro, and then you get 3 minutes of an sponsored content, sponsored ad, right? Then it hit me, like, you know, people of this approach, people basically trying to milk the cow even after it's dead, they're gonna flock together, right? Birds of the feather flock together, right? So that's why she was on Jeremy's stream, because they're doing this exact same shameless tactic of just basically milking their audience, and you know that in the first 30 seconds of the video, that's when you have the most drop off of the viewers, right? That's where the majority of the viewers make a decision whether they want to watch the video or not. So if you use that 30 seconds just to promote your business, promote a freaking tea that you're selling, overpriced, old dropship tea, then, you know, that tells me everything I need to know about you as a creator. No, and you know, if that was the only thing, that wouldn't be too bad, right? Because okay, you got shameless plugs in the first few minutes of your video, sure, fine. You know, you're trying to make a living, we all do. But the video itself, it was nothing burger. It's basically, I left the video very underwhelmed because I wanted to see some interesting content of fat acceptance and stuff, but instead it was a nothing burger. So yeah, that's why they're collaborating, because if you're a grifter, you're gonna attract other grifters, essentially, was my point. Okay. All right, let's see. Zoom out. Stopping by to check what today's choice of beer. Well, we had some Dos Equis. Now we're on Heineken. And the next one, maybe, is gonna be Dos Equis. Hi, Tony. What YouTube drama did I just pop into? Yes, that was a little bit of plug of a YouTube drama. Holy crap. Northwest Repair. Your ears must be burning. Yes, sir. No one said nothing about you all night. Yeah, I like your flags. It's smooth. Yes, sir. You gotta try because you didn't even try my third batch. I already have a fourth batch. You know, it's a lot more stable. But I'm working on the micro soldering blend, and that's not gonna cause. So basically, there's not gonna be glycerin in it. It's gonna be completely glycerin-free flax. So it's not gonna smoke as much. It's not gonna clog up your iron, your tip. But it's not gonna be as good for wicking. So I think we're gonna have to have a trade-off. So one flax is gonna be good for wicking, the other one is gonna be good for micro soldering, but not vice versa, because the activation temperature is gonna be much higher. So it's gonna be good for micro soldering. So it's not gonna clog up, it's not gonna gum up and stuff, and it's gonna evaporate very much like the V2 that you use. It's gonna be very, very similar to V2. But it's not going to be that great for wicking. It will still have the lubricating property, but it's since it activates at higher temperatures, and the activation period is going to be that window is going to be much smaller. So I expect it to not be that great for wicking, but it should be great for micro soldering. Let's see what we have. Next time to bring out some whiskey, maybe some Mitcher's Rye. Well, the problem with liquor is that if I had liquor doing this, then probably we wouldn't even get past first board. Know what I mean? I would be laying on the floor because I don't drink liquor, so I don't think. I don't think we would get much work done if that was the case. We're at 185 at the bottom, 132 at the top. We're getting close to starting the profile. So that's board number 3. What's our time? Less than 2 hours. We got third board, so it should be 2.5 hours for 3 boards, which is good. I was counting on perhaps 45 minutes. 45 minutes per board. So we'll see. Over next time. Gentleman Jack Whiskey. Oh. more of as rum guy, to be honest. You're more of a rum guy. Yeah, I used to drink rum back in the day. I was really young. I was in my early 20s. I would drink rum because I couldn't drink vodka because I didn't like vodka. I hated whiskey or anything like that. It was like basically perfumes to me. But rum was something that I could drink, so I would drink rum from time to time. But I was always a beer guy. I would always drink beer, not the liquor. Then I started drinking, but like nowadays, I like potato vodka, and that's pretty much all I drink when I do drink liquor. But it's only when I have, when I have guests, like especially European guests, right? Ukrainians, Polacks, basically from my regions, people. It's kind of a tradition in my culture that you have to host the people that that come over, and what you do, you make good food, Polish food, and we have a couple shots of vodka, right? Use small paintbrush to spread flux. Q-tip will leave fibers that can prevent pots from attaching at times. It can, yeah. The problem with the brushes that I have is that they are synthetic, and I don't know if you can see it. You probably won't, but this one burned. So when I put it on hot board, I spread it around, because when it's cold, yeah, that's what I do. But when the board is hot, then my brush will just burn. So that's why I do Q-tip, because Q-tip, the cotton, has surprisingly high burning temperature, and these are on the bamboo sticks. They're not on plastic Q-tips. They're made of bamboo, so they don't burn either. So that's why I did, because also I can't use the finger. Normally I just use the finger because that's the best solution, right? Because the finger is never gonna leave any fibers when they're clean. But the board is at 140 degrees, so it's kind of difficult. Northwest repair over the top of the socket when flowing on new one, or on the PCB before putting the socket on. I do the leather and it works. Oh, you do the ladder and it works for 1700s. Yeah, I think what he meant was to apply on the board, not on the socket. But I used to do. Oh, I forgot to grab the socket, but that's fine. Yeah, I will grab the socket. So what I used to do, I would put. That was back when I used Kingbow, because with Kingbow you had to be very quick. Otherwise, it'll just burn. So what I used to do, I would grab a socket and I would take the paintbrush and apply solder over here over the pins, right? Then a little bit over the board, and then I would place the socket. But now I use much better flux, so I don't have to do that. I just have to apply a little bit of flux on the board and it works perfectly fine. Or at least it solders on, right? Whether it works, it's not my problem. What do we have? Oh, we have 202. All right, let's start the profile. And lift the socket. Where are my eyes? Have you guys seen my eyes? I lost my eyes. Ah, crap. I hate when that happens because then I can't find it without my eyes. All right. Losing your glasses is the worst thing, because then how are you gonna find them? All right, socket is ready. Last one. Oh, it's getting hot in the shop. Check this out. For my European friends, you see the temperature? It's getting close to actually, burning. But I like it. I like being warm. I see some YouTubers, is that it? Smoother the flux on the smother the flux on the top of the socket. Yes, I didn't agree with that. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. Yeah, Northwest Repair on the board. He applied flux on the board using Q-tip. Brush is safer and more even. True. But once the board heats up, the flux will start, flowing, and it should create a uniform layer. It just the reason I even used the Q-tip is because I just put a little bit too much flux. But the board was not too hot. That's why I had to spread it a little bit, and that's why I used the Q-tip. But yeah, Q-tip can leave a few fibers. Those fibers will just kind of allow the solder balls to just join together, and you're done. That's true. It's, everything's risky, in this job. How it is. Right now, especially with this board, this is no outline board, so the probability of success here is relatively average. And I forgot to turn off the fan. So we've been running the profile with the fan, which is not ideal. And we're at 197. Is the socket gonna lift now? Whoa, not even a little bit. So this one's gonna be tricky. Yeah, I use finger gloved, ungloved, live and let live. A Q-tip for flux spreading never crossed my mind. Q-tip leaves fibers. That's only reason why. Yes, sir. What is the V3 flux? I like how beer makes him more agreeable. But when have I been not agreeable? It's not the beer. Northwest Reaper, we just beat him into submission. He had no choice. Yeah, okay. I give you the W, guys. You're right. Look at that. The socket is, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Oh, see, it distracted me. That's your fault. Okay, socket is off. Fan on. Stop the profile. Remove the TC. Wait for it to cool down. And preheat. Preheat. Let's drop the temperature to 190. And let's put an awesome flux on the board. Only the best components here. do some wicking. Let's do a big blob this time. I feel like big blob listens to me more than the little blobs. Well, it's not a big blob though. Let's make it bigger. Or not. And there you go. Now it's listening. See, it just needed a little bit of positive reinforcement. No, that's the end of listening. No longer wants to listen. And it's separating. Oh my god. And with the boards without outline, this is really difficult, because if the solder doesn't listen to you on this board, then you're gonna remove the outline, and once you remove the outline, then good luck aligning the socket. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Get in there. Look, it doesn't, this side doesn't want to listen to me. And it's separating. I knew the third board is going to give me the most problems, because the third one I just want to finish quickly, because you know how it is. But it's always the last one that's going to give you the most problems. Yeah. I could drop the temperature on the iron to make it easier. But then I have to increase it for wicking anyway, so. Let's hope at least the wicking is going to be easier. And of course it doesn't even want to stay in place. Come on. There. Let's see. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Let's remove the blob. There's the blob. There's the blob. Pretty big one. Oh, that's the biggest one yet. It's like twice as big as the first board. And now let's do some wicking action. Okay, it's wicking well. So at least there's that. Come on. Come on, there you go. Yeah, it's wicking pretty well. So at least that should be good. Now I just need to remember not to wipe it, or I'm gonna wipe the outline like I did last time. But I think on the last one the socket aligned nicely, because you can technically, if you have a nice vision from the side, you can still see the bottom outline, that internal outline, because it doesn't have external outline, but it still has the internal one. So usually you can kind of find a good spot for it, or at least that's that's what we hope for. Okay, it's not quite done yet, but we'll get there. What do we have? What's the free? Sorry, Mr. Black. Hang on. We just beat. All right. Sorry, Mr. Black. No, I'm Mr. Pink. Okay, that's my nickname. My name is Black, but my secret nickname is Mr. Pink. It felt good at first, but I don't know, visually, I don't know, maybe the feedback I'm getting from the board is not what I would like. I may need to add some more flux for this. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, because that's gonna make it just easier. I don't wanna scrape too much. Although on these boards I've never really scraped anything. Alright, even if I overdo it with scraping, they're kinda resistant to that. But on laptops, you scrape too much, you don't put enough flux, your temperature is too low, scrape too much, and you're done. I mean, you're not done, because it's still, I don't know, technically it's gonna work, but it's gonna be difficult. Okay. Let's get more flux. Who cares? I get it from a good source. It's pretty cheap, so I don't mind using too much. Right? Okay. Time for some vaping, as Lead Farmer always says. Oh yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Come on. A few more pins and we're done. Well, at least on AM5s it's not that difficult. You don't have to worry about the caps. Just scrape and pray. Alright. And we still have like tons of those 1700s to do. I'm just kinda saving them for last, because I know I can do these quickly, and 1700s are gonna give me a lot of issues. Not only even the wicking around caps, but also those sockets don't want to drop that well because they're much bigger. Okay, that should do it. And I'm out of wick. So in either case, this is the last board today, because I don't have any more wick. Or at least not the one that is good for this purpose. Okay, let's stop preheating. Let it cool down a bit so I can align the socket, hopefully. And we're gonna be done for today. Let's see. May I suggest a tip that I use for sockers and cores and wicking, etc.? Yes, you may. You may even send me one, because I don't know where to get it. There's 3 kinds of tips for my soldering iron, and none of them is the one that you use. I have this tip for my crappy soldering iron, right, without integrated heater. Yeah, but for JBC, for some reason, knife tip is the biggest one I can get, and this is 245 handle. So it's, I don't know. A thermal mass should be the same. It's just a matter of holding it right, and you're risking scraping off pads of the board because it's relatively sharp. So yeah, I would love to use the tip that you use. I just don't have one. All right, how are we looking? What's that little speck over there? Is that a piece of paper towel? Oh, I missed the spot wicking. I don't think I missed the spot wicking. I think it's the piece of... Is it gone? Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, it should be good. I think it's good. What do you guys think? Yeah, because some of these are gonna be, you know, just looking differently under the light. I think it's good enough. There's 15mm of generic wick for less than 7 pounds on Ali. Yeah. Let's see, I missed some chart. Yeah, looks like C245. Yes, it is 1700 socket top left are killer pads to heat soak. Yes, sir. Sometimes I have to do it twice because the top left did not solder on. That's why I check, when I resolder it, I check all corners and I try to lift it. And usually on 1700s, I lift it and it's lifting. Like massive amount of, massive number of pads not soldered on. Looking through the flux and YouTube potato vision, the pads look flat and smooth, okay? And the Batman tilt, yeah. The knife tip, he forces him to do it on an extreme angle in order to create good contact. Yes, sir. Between the wick and the tip. With the bevel tip, you want to have you won't have to, and it will give you good heat transfer. Yeah, I know. I would love to have that, but where do I get it? It's not on Ali. It's not on eBay. Got a crick in my neck. Yep, blade tip is good for QFN, but a cool tip, hot heel. But for BGA, mop up, you need flat raw pad of iron. Yeah, I know, guys. I completely agree. I would love to have that. I would love to have that tip, but I don't. So I use what I have. That's pretty much it. All right. I put too much. I put a bit too much. A bit too much solder. Ah! Ah! Okay. Good. Good. There's gonna be some DNA left on the board. Some burnt DNA. I don't think anyone can match it to my fingers. I guess it wasn't cool enough. What's the bottom is at 113. 112. Ah, not that bad. I used to I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, I burned my finger. All right, suck it. Should be fine. You know, my dad always used to say, when I would burn myself or, you know, or hurt myself otherwise, he would always ask, but is the tool okay? Is the tool fine? Because your finger is gonna heal. The tool is not gonna heal. So, I know, he grew up in different times than I did, so he had a lot of care for the tools, more so than my well-being. Oh, this looks aligned, does it? Let's see, we should see. Oh yeah, it looks pretty much aligned. Yeah. Let's see the top. Oh no, the top. Okay, this side is a little bit off. There. That should be better, but not too high. There. All right. Yeah. Now let's see the line. Is the line parallel? Not sure. I think it should go a little bit to the right. Let's see the left side. No, I think it's good. I'm not sure, but I think it's good. What do you guys think? Oh, well, you can't see anything now. Alright, so I look at this line over here, looks parallel. And this one looks parallel, and also the side that you guys cannot see, but I can. Alright, now let's get the zoom on it and let's see the socket drop. There. Okay. All right. That should drop easily because it lifted at what was it? 201. You guys remember when it lifted? I think it's gonna drop at 185. All right, fan off. Stop. Short preheat. Temperature 205. All right, and what we need is probably some first aid kit. Should be fine. Just gonna spray it with alcohol. It's not like I need my finger for anything. That's why I use this one, because this one's dedicated for my wife. So if I burn this one, that's gonna be 10. Not ideal. But the index finger, fine. I'm just gonna stop pointing. All right, 73 at the top. All right, so that's gonna take a second. Bottom thermocouple is still good. All right, let's see what I missed in the chat. What is it? There's 15 generic blah 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 something. You make it life a lot easier. T equipment them right. C245 730. I'll look into that. You may want to stop links. Or oven, same tip but bigger. Give us trusted. What is it? Give a trusted person some mod access. Part number C245 952E. C245 952E 952E. All right. Thank you, sir. I shall find it. No blood, no cry. You're right. Didn't bleed. Just some burned skin. Wise words. Tools are for life. Well, I see you could have a shot of whiskey with my dad. Look okay from her in Birmingham, UK. Open your phone with that finger. Whereas iPhone says no. 185C, I bet 205. No way, this one's gonna drop at 185. You wanna bet? I'll bet you 1 beer. Place your bets. Where she goes, no one knows. Balls drop at 205/215. Well, our maximum temperature is 205. So if they drop at 215, we're not gonna see the drop. But I'm gonna say 185, and we're gonna be there. Good day from Australia. Andrew, how you doing, man? Default stop us general public from posting URLs in chat. Mods can only post URLs. Yeah, I'll look into the mods and stuff, because I don't really know how it works. You know, I've been a streamer since like a week and a half ago, so you know, my staggering experience is still lacking, but I'll get there, maybe. I mean, if I get a job, I won't be able to stream much, so so if you like streams, if you like my streams, you better hope that I'll never find a job. But in that case, you have to also hope that I'll get a lot of business so I can pay the bills. All right, the shot has stopped. Let me just refill on the beer, because it's the board number 3, so we gotta bring beer number 3. Pretty good. All right, Heineken. Ooh. Well, I was contemplating on getting the Sekis. But I don't know what's with Heineken. I just like it. I just plainly like it. Okay, if it's aligned, that line that we see right now, it should disappear. Well, maybe it will be slightly visible. But we're 186 at the bottom. Let's wait until 200 and start the profile. Because it kind of depends on the angle. Because when you look at the angle shallow enough, you can still see that outline. Alright, let's put the sockets on the pile. I don't know why I'm saving these, but I was thinking for my next listing I'll just put the whole pile of sockets, or maybe I'll just make some art with those sockets. I don't know. For the same reason, I have no idea why I'm saving all the solder. These are the solder balls that I removed from boards. And I save them as well. And I was also thinking I'll make some art out of it, maybe. Beer in general, ooh, don't understand how people enjoy it. Tastes like seaweed to me. Not to mention bloats you. I mean, beer doesn't work for everyone, sure. You know, I understand. Some people... oh, looks like my computer updated. You know, some people get super hungry after drinking beer, and they, you know, I had friends that would say, like, you know, I like beer, but I can't drink beer because I'll have 2 beers and then I'll just eat all night. In my case, beer is rather a appetite suppressant to me, rather than, you know, rather than inducing. And is it? Do you get bloated? I mean, yeah. I guess it does get me a little bloated as well. And it also depends on the type of beer. Recently, I learned about the nitro beer, where that has they, instead of carbon dioxide, they use something else, and the bubbles are really small, and the beer is very smooth. So maybe that beer would work better for you. Or as far as taste, you have so many varieties of beer that if you don't like the taste, I'm sure you can find one beer that will taste good to you. But yeah, I just like beer. Oh, Budweiser or good, forbid. Well, when you say Budweiser, since we have an international community over here, when you say Budweiser, you have to specify whether you're talking about domestic American Budweiser or the original Budweiser from Slovakia, right? Because the Slovakian Budweiser, is it Slovakian or Czech? I don't remember. But the original Budweiser is a really good beer. Expensive, very high quality beer. American Budweiser is a sewage. I cannot drink American Budweiser. And the way you can tell that the beer is absolute sewage, because I used to work at a liquor store when I was in my 20s. I worked at the bar, I waited tables, and you know, all those fun jobs in the United States. If you spill Budweiser, the next day it's gonna be so stinky, it's gonna smell like someone puked. You know, it's a horrible, horrible smell. And the same if you just open the American Budweiser and you just leave it overnight, and in the morning you can smell it in the entire house. Like it smells like someone put the stink bomb in your house. So yeah, you gotta make that distinction between those two beers, because they're called the same. It's a different bottle, it's a different label, and they are absolutely different beer, the different kind of beer. I'm more into whiskey and port. Oh, port. You have some sophisticated palate, my friend. Especially Spanish port. Wow. Yeah, you have some sophisticated palate, man. But with port, you can't really drink much of it. Same with brandy. I used to love brandy, especially Metaxa, which is labeled as brandy, but it's you know, people label it differently. It's kind of a unique drink. 190, and the socket didn't drop. Okay, I owe you a beer. Or the socket did drop and I didn't see it. But the same with Metaxa. You know, you can drink 2 glasses of it. By glasses, I mean those little, you know, cognac glasses. Like 2 of these, and you know, it's great. But if you drink any more than that, the next day it's gonna be very hard. 5 beers and like a Russian general. When the vodka bottle is open, it's empty. Yep. Yeah. Budvart is good. US Bud equals shite. Yeah. Estrella is good. I'm not familiar. Like Carling here in UK. Budvar. Good. Budvar. Okay, I'm always up for trying. Okay, what yeah, damn. Uber, looks like you were right. It dropped at 205. It's like you were spot on, man. Maybe if I preheated it longer? Well, I'm not gonna be defending my wrong prediction. You were right, I was wrong. It dropped at 205. Yeah, so we can't see the line. So that means it's a line. Port mixed with Vimoto? The hell is that? You have a poor man's WKD called a Cheeky Vimto. Will screw you up. Look, we are both experienced in BGA work. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, no, it's, you know, there's no way around it. You were right, I was wrong. For some reason, I was sure it would drop at 185. But in that case, I shouldn't have... yeah, let's drop it again. I'm gonna let it run a little longer, because when it drops at 205, then I want to keep it a little longer at 205, because I'm not sure if the ground pods are gonna get soaked nicely. Yeah, well, looks like you're more experienced in BGA. Yes, BGA is a block art. Sure. Yeah, this is more of a skill than science, or more of a craft than science, right? Because science is pretty easy behind it. You just heat it up and it drops, right? Sure. But yeah, there's so many little quirks to it that, yeah. Why is my computer keep restarting? It probably updated. Oh, but it updated, it's still, everything's open on it. Everything I had opened is opened. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. I dropped the wick, saturated in flux and solder. I hate when that happens because then I peel them off my socks. Like every day I peel a piece of wick off my sock. I shouldn't have carpet in my shop, but my shop is the bedroom of an apartment. You know, so it's kind of hard. Alright, BGA is a pain in the backside. Yes, it is. Last time I tried the Rebol chip, it was CD3217. It took me 30 plus minutes, I guess. 30 plus goes. You tried 30 times? A few times turned out nicely, but stuffed up the install. Last time got the install spot on. 30 times? Damn, you have a patience of an angel, man. After 5th try, I would have just thrown the board outside the window. 30 times. Damn, you are dedicated. You are a dedicated BGA reworker. 30 times. Jesus. Funny thing is, the whole world is drinking Heineken, which is from my country. Oh, Wes. Yeah, you're in Netherlands. I remember. But we generally hate it. Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of beer from many countries are, you know, the beer that is being exported is not something that is necessarily liked in that particular country. Oh, thank you, babe. Ooh, that looks good. Yeah. Sounds easy, eh? Until it's not. Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember my start in BGA work. But I just kind of... Yeah, I guess I'm just stubborn. Because I told myself that either I'm gonna get the socket replacements process right, I'm gonna learn this, or I'm gonna die on that hill. I was just really motivated that I gotta get this done. I gotta get this right. It's gotta be doable, right? But my first, I don't know, 2 months, maybe even more than 2 months, I had 0 success. I mean, every time I would get a little closer, and initially I would start with like homemade tools, and I would make my own tools and that kind of stuff, modify the tools, and you know, so every time I would get a little bit closer, a little bit more success, but never to actually get the job done properly, right? So the first time I actually get it done was when I actually got the IR 6500. That was the breaking point. But actually, not even after I modded the IR 6500, because stock 6500 was not giving me the results. But yeah, I just kind of got really stubborn, and I said, no, I gotta figure this out. And it's not like, you know, I said I'm gonna die on that hill, because if I never got any results, if I never got it right, then I probably would just give up and just start working on something else. Especially paste always ends up sticking to the stencil rather than the chip. Yep, I've been there as well, and it also took me even, I guess with rebolling, it also took me a while, but I kind of figured that out relatively quickly. Compared to socket replacement, rebolling took me a lot less time, but still it took me a while to get the rebolling actually working. I also find wick stuck to my sock, also nano sponges in the hallway of my house and bedroom. Yeah, glad I'm not alone. Because yeah, those little pesky pieces of wick, they are sticky. They're soaked in solder, or solder too, but the flax. And yeah, especially my flax is sticky. Once you leave it, even when it dries out, depending on few factors, but it's generally sticky. No sir, you're not alone. I was tempted 3 or 4 or so times. The balls looked perfect, but 27 times they always stuck to the stencil, or 3 balls smeared together. So, well, I can tell you exactly what you're doing wrong, because it's actually turns out to be relatively simple. Number 1, you're putting too much flax on the chip. That's why the balls are sticking. Your stencil is dirty from flax. That's another thing. And third, most important one, you need to heat up the entire assembly slowly. Because what's happening, why it's not working for you, is because the stencil is hot and the chip is not. And the solder is always going to go where it's hot. So if the stencil is super hot, first of all, it's gonna pop, right? It's gonna deform and detach from the chip. So the solder is gonna go everywhere. But even if that doesn't happen, if the stencil is hot and the stencil reaches the temperature of melting solder before the chip is hot enough to accept that solder, to soak it to the pods, that's what's gonna happen. So the only issue you have to resolve is just patience. That's all it is. That's why it didn't take me that much to figure out rebolling, because it was just a matter of patience. With socket replacements or BGA work in general, that's more of a procedure, precision, a lot of factors. But with rebolling, this is one procedure that just takes more patience than the skill. It doesn't take much skill, it takes a lot of patience. So yeah, just see my few streams ago we did the rebolling, and if it wasn't for the fact that the jig just caught the magnet, caught my header station, my nozzle, like 3 times or whatever. If it wasn't for that, it was perfectly done. It was perfect rebolling. Other than that, and it was only a matter of patience. But you can actually see on my stream how long it takes to actually heat it up. So first I started with low temperatures. I actually started with, I don't remember, like 260 or something like that. But you can start with probably 300, maybe even a little over 300, but from far away, and just start heating it up. And I was using the thermometer to check the temperature of the stencil. But what you actually want to check is the temperature of the chip. The chip needs to heat up to the temperature of melting the solder. The solder that I use, the solder paste that I use, melts at 158 or 160, something like that, theoretically. So you want the chip to be at 180, say 180, 185, before the stencil is at 200, right? If the stencil is at 200 and the chip is at 130 degrees, it's not going to work. It's the solder is going to float across the stencil, and it's never going to touch the chip. It's never going to float to the chip. So yeah, you'll figure it out. It's really not that hard. Compared to BGA work, rebolling is a lot easier in my view. Yes, well, actually not surface temperature. No, the temperature of the chip. Everything just needs to heat up very slowly, very evenly, especially the stencil. Because if the stencil is hotter in one spot than the other, then it's going to start deforming. Because again, metal expands when it's hot. There's no way to stop that. So either you heat the entire stencil evenly, or the stencil is going to warp. No way around that. Thanks, Raf. I was wondering that uneven heat. Yes. I don't think I had any flux on these, as the paste I had was very wet and dried it out for the same as as Paul does. Put it on a paper towel and heat it. Yes, and that's actually kind of an interesting thing, because my paste is way overdue, right? I bought it years ago, so it's like super dry. But that's what works well. When I get new, fresh solder paste, it doesn't work. Or, well, it doesn't work. It does work, but it makes it very difficult because it's very runny. True, but even if you have very saturated solder paste, right? It's very wet. Again, apply it and then just heat it up very slowly, because if you heat it up very slowly, it's going to dry out a bit. It's going to lose some of that flux. Then remove the heat, cool down the chip, cool down the stencil, right? And reapply paste, because in some places where the solder where the flux started bubbling up, it created holes. It created some cavities, and you want to reapply that. So yeah, you can do it with fresh paste. But yeah, I agree that dry paste works a lot better. As long as you put some solder on the chip, then the stencil, then the paste, and do it that way. Or you can do it like Tony does. Apply the flux, put the stencil on, and drop the balls, remove the stencil, and then heat the chip. But I say that's in many ways it's more difficult, because you have to be very precise with the amount of flux that you put on, because there's nothing when you blow the hot air on the chip that only has the balls stuck in the flux. There's nothing to prevent the solder balls to just shift over to the next pod and start bridging. And I've had a lot of unsuccessful tries trying to do that the Tony's way. right? Even in many cases, I was just using the solder balls, like putting them one by one, right? So yeah, this is one thing, this is one procedure that just takes more patience than actual skill. If you use the meter, what kind of meter? Yeah, Tony's way was what I was going to try next. I've always struggled with even bowls, so I thought bowls would make it easier. It will not make it easier. Yeah, I know Tony makes it look easy, right? When you watch his videos, he makes it look very easy. It just like is a wizard of the solder balls, right? The solder balls just listen to him. But no, it is not easier. Try it, definitely try it, but you will see that there's a reason I use solder paste instead of balls. It's easier. It's just easier. It might take a little more time because you have to, apply the same amount of solder paste to every hole and all that. So it takes a little bit of patience, a little bit of, a little bit of time. But then it's a lot easier to heat up the stencil and the chip to for the solder for the solder paste to melt. I find it easier, a lot easier than working with the balls. But yeah, try it, man. Just try it. You'll see for yourself. Or maybe you just have a knack for working with solder balls instead of paste. To each their own. Maybe you will find it easier to work with the balls than the paste. Solder paste is 183C, use 404C at 10% airflow with an Upton ST. Will heat up good and slow. Low air and high heat. Use eyeballs. Yeah, use eyeballs for sure. Well, mine, my solder paste says that it melts at 150. What is it? 158. So not even 160. Right? But I've never seen it melt at 158. It melts closer to 180, 185. So basically, let it solder. It's all black art. Learn your tools and go for it. You'll nail it. Yep, pretty much. It just takes some experience. It just takes some effort. You gotta fail many times before you get it right. I've heard of one case where someone started asking me about the BGA, the socket replacements, right? And I gave him all the knowledge I could. And I told him specifically, like, don't get discouraged, because definitely you're gonna, ruin 10 boards before you get one success, or if you're lucky. And in some cases, maybe you'll ruin, 50 boards before you get any kind of success, right? And he was successful on his first try. With the socket replacement, he got it perfectly done. So it does happen, but it's very rare. Do not hold yourself to those standards. I say you're gonna fail many times before you find a single piece of success. All right, I think, is this misaligned? No. I think it's good. I think it's good. And this one, yeah, it's good. All right, boys, we got 3 boards in one session. I say that's a success. Maybe next time we can do 4 boards. That was a lot though, and I got so many CMs now. I gotta start working on those. But 2 hours 45 minutes, that's what Rework Pro says. 245 for 3 boards. It's not bad. It's better than than spending in less than an hour per board. It's not bad at all. I'll take it. I'll take it. Now we have to repeat it 10 times and we're done with all the boards. And then of course, that's not counting disassembly and reassembly of the board. That's not counting cleaning. That's not counting a lot of stuff. But if you work hard, I appreciate this as also the ability to polish my skills, test my skills, and eventually, even if I don't charge much money for it, because I really don't, 30 bucks a board, that's next to no money. And if I add, the cost of IPA and electricity and solder and wick and all that, then I essentially don't really make money on it. But it gives me experience, and that's that experience is priceless. Okay, I think I found a little cup on my heater. And that's probably what was making those sounds. Maybe. Because I don't see the heater cracking or anything. That's what it must have been, I guess. Not sure. So now the question is, which board did this cup come from? It looks like a cup from vCore, from the underneath the CPU. But which board is anybody's guess. Looks like not this one. Typically they don't dislodge, but it happens. Plenty of stuff that can go wrong with these, especially when the board is hot on the heater and you just accidentally tap it, right? Then they can dislodge. But no, not on this one. So none of these 3 that we did today. So it could have been from the board we did last time or some other board. Who knows? All right, and we have 3 more ingots of solder. Yeah, I'll do something with them. I'll figure out. Once this is full, I'll figure out what to do with it. I will have to refine it though. What did you charge for the Mazda ECU? It's 200 bucks. if you want the generic one on the eBay listing, you can find it in my eBay store. But I go as low as like 160 for those, depending on you know, the one I did today, that was 170 plus shipping. Yeah, what counts? Hang on, 440, 10%. Yeah, Acer post 5mm 10, 25. What board? What controller? I don't know. Are you asking me, Uber? Are these questions to me or? Oh no, you're asking MAL. Okay. Usually start from far away just for even heating, then I slowly move into close for the reflow. Yeah, I mean it's, you know, that's how it works, but the question is how long do you preheat from the far away, and you know, how close do you heat it. It takes a little bit of effort and a little bit of skill, or actually more patience than skill. The seat of your pants scenario. I put your socket replacement up to 80. Very few people after them, and that's still low enough a price to justify the no testing. Well, if you send a assembled board, it's 80 bucks. If you send disassembled, it's 55. It used to be 50 and 75. Now it's 55 and 80. So I'm slowly raising the price as I'm getting more proficient in it. Yeah. But yeah, obviously I prefer to do ECMs because it's much easier and much more money. You know, 160, 180, 200, sometimes $220, sometimes $250 even, you know, for some basic repairs on relatively small boards. No BGA work required, no preheating, no bottom heater, no nothing like that, right? So those are big money makers. But you know, the boards are not money makers. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. US repair prices are nuts in the UK. Anything over 60 quid, it's no. Oh, okay. So low prices in UK, huh? That sucks, man. I need to get K-type thermocouple so I can use it to measure things. Keep forgetting. You know what? These. Let's see. Where do I have it? Yeah. These little guys. I have like 3 or 4 of these. Right, it comes with a thermocouple, right? This is up to like 600 degrees or 800 degrees, something like that, and just a regular, right? This is Celsius, right? So if I hold it, see the temperature going up, and if you blow it, you know, temperature going down, right? Very easy device. It 2 AAA batteries, and it's about $5 for this. Right, you can switch to Fahrenheit if you're weird, and it really helps a lot. If you know what the temperature is, it's a lot easier, especially when you're trying things at first. Because once you get a hang of a you know, procedure or something, you don't really need, you know, and a feedback and a measuring temperature. You know, you can go with this, right? This is also pretty good, but you can only measure surface temperature with this, right? And it interferes with infrared because it is infrared. So if you use IR station, then this is not gonna work very well for you. But once you get a hang of it, you're gonna see the temperature with your eyes. You're gonna look at the solder and you're gonna be able to tell, is it ready to flow, is it ready to lift, and then even just judging the time, how quickly it heats up, and you know, it's all the matter of practice. That's why I do a lot of these weird jobs for next to no money, because it gives me the ability to, you know, to get my skills up to the good level, get familiar and stuff, right? You know, before I would just buy broken boards of eBay, but that's like anywhere from 20 to 50 bucks a pop, right? And here, you know, technically I'm getting paid 30 bucks a board, but you know, there's no guarantee, no nothing. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So it's a great opportunity for me to, you know, get more experience. So, you know, and that's why I think it's a good deal for 30 bucks, because it's a win-win for me, right? Not only I don't have to pay for the boards, but also I get to work on them. Yeah, I think that's the same one I was looking at a while ago. I had it in my cart and forgot about it. Yeah, been turned off ordering things off AliExpress, especially now that it takes 3+ weeks for things to arrive. Yeah, it's a royal pain in the ass right now with AliExpress, with all these tariffs and shit. And experience is everything. Yeah, that's what differentiates you from other technicians, right? It's you know, there's no knowledge gatekeeping in this profession, right? Because the knowledge is freely available, right? You just Google or ask ChatGPT or what have you. What's the melting temperature of solder? How do I do BGA and stuff like that? You're gonna get all the information. But this particular thing, it's all about the experience, for sure. So if you find a way to gain a lot of experience for either for free or even someone paying you for that, you're golden. That's why I do these cheap repairs. Uber, did I give you a link to Fast Response Thermocouple? They are a UK company. Oh, I don't think you did. Send me a link on Discord. I'm not familiar. Yeah, but you need more experience for that. It's like chefs saying just use feeling. Yeah, that doesn't work until you've been doing it for 5 years and developed that feeling. That's what recipes are for. Correct. Yeah. When I make pierogi or kopytka or, you know, any kind of like dough stuff, my wife, well, not nowadays, but she used to ask me like, well, how much of this, how much do I add of this? And I can tell her, like, I don't know, just add enough until you feel like it's good, right? Just use your feelings. But yeah, it doesn't work if you've never done it before. I've done it for years, you know, I've done it hundreds, thousands of times. So yeah, I just know. The same with bread, right? Yeah, you can follow the recipe, but I never do. I just, you know, I just bind it together. I see how the dough behaves, and if I need to add more water, if I need to add more flour, or, you know, that kind of stuff. True. The same with the one we did today, right? I followed the profile on the whiteboard. I followed the profile, and half of the socket would lift, but I knew that if I pull on it, I'm gonna rip some parts. I was sure of that, because I've done it so many times that I know what it feels like when you lift the socket and if it's not lifting, right? If it's still holding too much. So I just feel it, right? I can't describe it. I can't really tell you that. And we used the same profile on 3 different boards. And on 2 of them, the profile worked like it usually does. And on 1 of them, it did not, right? It was not ready. I felt it that it was not ready, and we had to run another profile. But that's something that only comes with the experience. If you just followed my profile and nothing else, just follow the procedure, follow the recipe, you would have ripped the ground pads of that socket. So it's just that. It's the experience for sure. Okay, you put the link in general chat and Discord. Thank you very much. Those are the must-knows of thermocouples. Must-knows, nuts. Basically, must-haves. Yes, is that what you're saying? Automotive is the way repairing modules, I think. Automotive is the way repairing modules, I think. Well, yeah. I would say automotive repairs are much more profitable, because people who are ordering automotive repairs, they know what they want. They have repair shops, automotive repair shops. Usually the customer pays for that, and you can charge a lot more for these because there's a lot less competition. If you fix boards or GPUs or computers or stuff like that, your customers are gonna be regular people, right? Or laptops and stuff. Regular people that just want to get their device fixed, right? In automotive space, it's going to be different. People generally have more money. They are willing to invest, especially if it doesn't sound like, or it sounds like a lot to pay $200 for ECM repair, but it's not a lot if you consider that you have to pay $2,500 for the replacement, right? In that contrast, right, in light of the $2,500 for replacement, $200 sounds like a good deal, right? With laptop repairs or, the GPUs or whatever, or motherboards, right? $50, $80, that sounds like not a lot of money to you as a technician, for doing BGA work, but to the customer it sounds like a lot of money, right? It's, $80 or $100 to get my laptop fixed. I can spend $600 and get a new one, right? Or something like that. So it only works when the device is really worth a lot of money. Feelings is a double-edged sword, though. My grandmother hates cooking now. She never gets things right now and gets angry because she has nothing to go back to and reference. Everything was in her head. Yeah. That's true. That's true, I'm not going to be able to do BGA work when I'm a grandfather age. Yeah. To make money? Yeah. It's better, automotive repairs, better to make money than... applies to everything you care about. Whatever it is We love repairing random stuff. Some of us specialize in stuff. Some of us specialize in other stuff. We repair stuff. We like it. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much what we do. Although it does get frustrating sometimes. You know, it's not an easy profession. It's not an easy job. It's not a very scalable job either. Because, you know, just like with these boards, you know, sure, I can get 40 boards, but that means, you know, let's say for 2 weeks I'm going to be tied up with 40 boards. I can't really do much more, and it sounds like, you know, I'm going to get, at the end of the day, I'm going to get $1,200 for all of these, right? Or roughly, maybe like $1,000. That sounds like good money, but if I spend 2 weeks making $1,000, I'm not going to pay the rent this month, right? So I can't scale this up. That has always been something that was on my mind. So either you find devices that are relatively easy to repair, relatively quick to repair, and repair reliably, and you charge a lot of money for that, then you can make a good business. But if you constantly fix stuff for, you know, 30 bucks here, 50 bucks there, and you spend hours on that, and you can do like 3 or 4 a day, yeah, it's going to be hard to pay the rent. So yeah, it's not scalable business. Even if you know, the business grows and you get devices every day, 50 devices a day, right? If you want to scale, you have to hire people. If you hire people, you have a lot of other problems that you gotta mind. You gotta pay the people, so you know you're not gonna make much money because they're gonna take the majority of the money because they are doing the work, and as it should be. So you're just gonna take a little bit of money off the top, hopefully, and if something doesn't work, you have to return the money to the customer, but you know you still have to pay your employees, right? So it's not easy to scale the repair business. It can be done, but it's not easy to scale it up. So I have a shop doing this. Doing what? Doing repairs, right? The cats meow on Discord. Oh. Especially when you have $1 million manufacturers fighting against you. Yeah. And customers complaining that X is too expensive when they can pay 3 times for a new one. Correct. Correct. It's not an easy business by any stretch of the imagination. It's not easy business. It's something that you have to really like. You really have to love the business itself, right? It's not something that I can recommend to get rich or easy money or anything like that. No. He said a thing. Paying rent. Yes, I'm in the same boat. Renting sucks. Yeah. Can't rent a house and rent a business. True. So you run business from home. Yeah. I was thinking if I could, scale the business enough to actually rent an office space. But I looked into it, and I could make probably enough money to maybe rent the place, but it's like $1,000 for a relatively decent place. It's like $1,000 if I'm lucky. Maybe $850. That's plus tax and everything. Then you have electricity, utilities, and stuff like that. So maybe $1,200 a month just to pay the rent, right, for the office. And then from that shop, you have to make enough money to pay the rent where you actually live. Yeah, it's, this isn't the business to get rich. Again, you just have to like the business itself. But the reason I even started it was because I was thinking, you know, as a software engineer, no one's gonna hire me when I'm 50, you know. So I started the business when I turned around 40, 39, 40. That's when I started this business, and I still had a really good job and, you know, remote, so I could spend a lot of money, a lot of time working on my shop and stuff like that. Then I got laid off, you know. Then the next job I had to travel to the office 3 days and then 4 days a week. Then I got laid off, so I just kind of put a little bit more money into marketing. And now it's kind of paying off because I have a lot more business now since I started marketing my videos and, you know, putting some money into promotions. And it's not even a lot of money actually, but it's, you know, now it's kind of, you know, getting a little better, but it's still, I'm nowhere near being in the position where I can actually live off of my shop. And for me to live off of my shop, I would have to be working like I do now, 7 days a week, you know, countless hours. I know, I get up at, I don't know, 9 o'clock in the morning today. It's almost midnight. Well, it's 11:30 almost. And I'm just, you know, getting ready to be done, but probably I should still clean those boards, reassemble them so I can put them in the boxes and put them on the pile of boards that are done, and then disassemble another 3 or 4 boards for the next round of doing this. Then, you know, a few ECMs that I have to get done as well. Now I got this one waiting here, I got 3 ECMs over there. So basically it's never ending loop of working. So, you know, that's not quite living. You know, in software engineering, it's a lot easier. You know, you don't have to breathe chemicals, you don't have to work with your hands, or at least not that much. It does get you a lot more tired because it's a lot more, in many ways, very frustrating work and very responsible work, and also kind of never-ending loop, sort of. But, you know, you just sit on your butt and you write code and you make decent money. And you have PTO and 401k. Health insurance. All kinds of benefits, you know. It's a lot easier being a software engineer than being a repair technician, for sure. But I don't know, we'll see. You just have to, you know, just keep working, keep grinding, and, you know, I don't really have much of a requirements when it comes to, you know, my life. I'm not looking to get rich. I just want to make a good living. I want to do something that I like. I want to do something that I enjoy, and make enough money to just live a decent, you know, frugal life. You know, I don't need much in life. Let's see. Oh, renting I pay $2,000 a month on top of bills. We live in a nice area of Birmingham. Can't rent a shop on top. Find a barn or warehouse out in the country on the cheap. Yeah, you could do that, but it kind of depends, you know, whether you're counting on the foot traffic or not. Because with mail-in business, and if all of your business is mail-in business, like in my case, it becomes a lot more difficult. It's a lot more competitive. Walk-in customers are always, you know, the best customers. In many cases, you can just, you know, make some money on the spot, right, on that day, right there and there. You know, replace the battery or replace the keyboard, or, you know, maybe charging port or something, and it's done right there. 50 is the new 20 in our artificially prolonged, confusing modern lives. I'm not sure about that, man, especially in this profession, you know. But yeah, I I guess so. I gave up on office job in IT infrastructure for the self-employed repair industry. Balls to the wall, big time. I pay massive tax, like Ace in Oz. We're totally sole trader. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, man. Until a few years when most white-collar business realized Copilot, not devs have been coding for them. Now they're realizing that Copilot can't really actually deliver what we used to deliver. You know, many years ago I said that I'm not worried about losing my job to AI because AI cannot do what I do. But it turned out that, well, I was right, but I didn't account for other people believing that AI can do what I can do. And if people are convinced that AI can do what I can do, I'm still gonna lose my job. And I did, and then it turned out that no, the AI cannot do what I can do. It can help me do what I do, but it cannot do my job. So now they're kind of discovering that nope, you cannot replace a human being with AI. It just doesn't work. Live streaming won't make jobs land on your bench. Live streaming is for you and YouTube. Yeah, probably. Probably, I'm not sure, but you know, it gives me a little bit more motivation. If I have you guys over here, right, it makes me more motivated to actually work through those 3 boards. If I were just alone working on it, maybe after the first board I would just take a break and then I would say I'll finish the rest tomorrow or something like that. But when I actually set up a schedule and, you know, get all this together and start working on it, plus I get a lot of feedback from you guys, and emotional support and entertainment, it's easier. So yeah, it's not necessarily that I stream for the sake of finding new business, because that's what the videos are for, but also, you know, I can afford to stream now because I don't have a job. I have time to stream, so, you know, I may as well just use it. And you never know, after the stream usually I get like notification or something like I got, you know, 15 new subscribers from the stream. And especially if you guys enjoy it, then I enjoy it as well. I highly doubt that. I'm not even 40 and already feel a lot older than 50. Oh, but yeah, in your 40s, especially late 40s, you're gonna feel a lot younger. You are not alone. Thank you, Uber. Just like calculators, AI is just a tool, nothing more. True. Keep going, you will win. Thank you so much. See, that's why I stream. I get a little pat on the back from you guys from time to time, a little pick me up. It's a good thing. Yes, 5 years ago, at least in the US, it was becoming more accepted to do trade work. Now it is almost preferred to most people over academic STEM. Yeah, just 5 years ago that I was in the. All I had to do is fart, and I got 10 job offers. Just 5 years ago. People were fighting over me. People were, really going extra mile to just make sure that I worked for them and not the other guys. Now it's crazy. No videos help more. Live streams only help people watching. Yeah, pretty much. Dedicated vids land jobs on the bench. Live streams don't. True. Unpopular opinion, but I'll say it. I don't know. Is it unpopular opinion? I think that's how it is. Who has time to spend 4 hours on the stream? I do, because I don't have a job. But yeah, people look for if you look for ECM repair or something, and you have a broken ECM, you Google, and you're gonna find one of my videos. Then you watch the video. Let's say it's a 15-20 minute video. And you see in the description email or website or something, and you email or you go to the website, you submit a ticket and stuff, and that's how you get business. But on the live stream, are you gonna click on the video that says 5 hour long? I don't think so. It's only when you either like the creator or you just want to see particular repair done real time. Right? I like that. In many cases, when I started, there were very few of those kind of streams. So that's why I had like a false impression of how much time does something take, like to reflow the chip or to remove the chip. And I would see it on the video that someone just puts the nozzle close to the chip, and just a few seconds later lifts it up, and and that's what I wanted to replicate. But I didn't know that the footage was sped up by 10 times, so it was actually holding that for a long time, and that kind of stuff. So it would have helped me back then if I could see it live, how long does it take. So I'm hoping someone is going to benefit from seeing BGA work done live, to see how much time it actually takes. It might not be very entertaining, but there is some value in it. Ronnie, what flag do you have on the wall? It's a Polish flag. It's where I come from. Some days I wish I stayed in trade in my refrigeration apprenticeship. Certainly would have earned more, but it was boring as hell. It's the eternal question. Do you want? Do you want? Do what makes you happy, or money, or yeah. So you want to be happy or you want to make money? Yeah. Yeah, but it's kind of hard because you have to make those decisions when you're young, But when you're young, you find a lot of things boring that you will not find boring later in your life, and things that you want to do when you're young are not the things that you want to do when you're older, right? Typically. So it's kind of a, there's no perfect advice that you can give someone to, do this because that's going to bring you money in the future, because you don't know that. When I was a kid, when I was at school, they told me that if I don't get my degree, I'm never gonna find a good job. I'm never gonna, have a good employment and stuff. They were wrong. They were hella wrong. Because what I did, instead of learning at school and stuff, I was doing software. I was developing software and learning software engineering and stuff. And then I never graduated, and I throughout my career I would make 6 times more money than all those teachers that now are probably retired or gone, I don't know, but they have their retirement that is 1/10 of what I make without the degree, and they have all the degrees, all the papers, all the credentials that they've said to me that if I get it, I'll be successful and I'll make money. And yeah, they were wrong. No one knows what the future brings, because back then the credentials or the education was required to get a job like that, but then it was no longer the thing, right? So don't listen to old people when they talk about the future, because they judge the future based on their past. But the thing about the future is that it's different from the past. Let's see. I'm watching you have my own company just to get knowledge. Yeah, that's kind of why I share this as well, because that's why I watched other channels before I started my business, right? You answered the good questions. Stock. Security thing answers that health and or money. Hard one, yeah. Health trumps money, depends. Do you have a family? Young or old family? Are you asking me? No, you're asking MAL. Yeah, it does. No, don't have my own kids yet. Definitely do not have the patience for that. It comes. I mean, if you're gonna have kids, have them when you're younger. Because when you're older and you wanna have kids, it's a lot harder, because you're no longer able to actually stay in shape to keep up with the kids, and if you have kids when you're young, then once the kids are all grown up, they leave the nest, you're still young, relatively, right? You're still in shape, you still can do things, right? So yeah, I would definitely have. If I had a choice, then, or right now, if I had to give myself an advice, I would have kids earlier than I did. I was in my 30s when my son was born. 33, something like that. He's 10 now, so he's still a kid. And I get older and older, and by the time he goes to college, I'm gonna be in my 50s. So some people have their kids in their 20s. The kids are already grown, like in their 20s, when they're in their 50s, or they're in their 40s, and the kids are already grown in their 20s, right? So that I mean, to each their own, but I think it's easier. Obviously, you're a better parent when you're older than when you're in your 20s, because you're a kid yourself in your 20s, pretty much, especially if you're a man. So maybe you're not the best parent in your 20s. You're a better parent in your 40s and stuff. So it's kind of a trade-off, right? But definitely it's a trade-off, like everything. $35 in the max for having kids. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. I mean, for men or for women? Uber, you have 3 kids. Oh, and $3. 9, 14, and 17. Damn. Well, girls are easier. They grow up much faster. They're more responsible. They're, I have one boy, so he's taking his time to grow up. Oh, and you're 45 and you have 17-year-old daughter? Damn. That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go. You know? And I agree. 9, 14, 17. Oh, so you got... So you have all kinds of issues. A daughter that is nearly an adult. So a lot of issues there. 14. So puberty, and all that stuff. So that middle, the, what do you call it? The rage and the rage of the teenager, early teenager. And a 9, about to be teenager. So, oh my God, you have all types of problems that a parent has at the same time. Oh my God. But on the other hand, you have the 17-year-old to take care of the 14-year-old, to look after the 14-year-old, and 14-year-old to look after the 9-year-old. So maybe that's a little easier. And you're outnumbered. Never outgunned. Yeah. Ronnie, you have 5 grandkids. But they're from different kids or all from one kid? So does your child have 5 kids, or multiple children having kids? Because having 5 kids, I mean, I wouldn't mind. Because that would always make family. I'm kind of a family oriented, so I like when there's big family. Our family is just pretty small. I would love for my son to have a sibling or even 2 siblings. I love when we visit my wife's sister. She has 2 kids, similar to my son's age, a boy and a girl, and it's always a lot of fun. It's obviously a lot of drama and trauma and everything, sure. But I like that. I like when there's a lot going on. Our family is like little small, so there's not a lot going on. With a small business to run, all good, all cool. Yeah, I bet, man. family life. Yep. I love it. I love it. All right, fellas. I think we did what? Almost 5 hours. Yeah, you want a beer and sleep? Yeah, me too. From different children, I have 3 daughters. Okay. The eldest one is 26, and I have 1 son. All right. So 3 daughters and 1 son. Let me guess. The son doesn't have kids, and the son is the youngest one. It's kind of a shot in the dark, but all right, fellas, it's thanks for the stream, Rob. Definitely got a few ideas to try out. Awesome, man. Always glad to help, and thank you guys for your ideas. Yeah, it's awesome talking to you guys, but yeah, it's almost midnight here, so I have to get some sleep, I guess. What's tomorrow? Friday? See, I don't even know, because I don't work, so every day is the same. Just work and rinse and repeat. But we'll have some repairs tomorrow. I probably won't stream tomorrow, but we'll see. I don't want to make promises though, but it's always awesome to talk to you guys, and awesome to hang out with you guys. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Thank you so much for dropping by. I'm not gonna name everybody like I usually do, because my throat is already giving up. I guess talking for 5 hours is taking its toll. But what are you gonna do? Eat, sleep, rave, and repeat. Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the stream. Mucho. Appreciate Mr. Block. Thank you, Mr. Uber. You can call me Mr. Pink. All right. See you, chat. Yes, see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. And I'll see you guys in the next one.